Hi. Okay, so we're gonna pick up where we left off last night. Basically, where we had left off was right after the third state witness, and the three state witnesses so far, if I remember correctly, were from the university police department. I forgot to say that, we're covering obviously the murder trial of, I believe the kid's name was technically Romeo, but they called him Jaxton. Um, Angela's, if I'm not mistaken. And this was a baby who was 1 year and 6 months, murdered by Trinity Madison Poague, who was 18 years old and the girlfriend of that baby's father. And yeah, so she's on trial for murder of that baby. And so what we've seen so far is, sorry, this is a terrible recap, but we're here now. Anyway, what we've seen so far is the prosecution and the defense both gave their opening statements, and in those opening statements, I felt like the prosecution was basically like, okay, well, we believe, she was the one who murdered the baby because we can prove that he had left at that time. That we can also prove that the night before, if I'm understanding that timeline correctly, or remembering it right, that there was evidence that the baby was 100% okay because pictures of the baby was sent from the girlfriend to her friend, because apparently the baby had fallen, and then evidence was sent to say the baby's okay. So theoretically, if that's true, then we know that the baby was fine the night before. The boyfriend says the baby was fine when he went to Walmart, and we know when he came back to Walmart is when we can prove there were injuries to the baby. And so a lot of that timeline, and there's video footage evidence of the boyfriend leaving to go to Walmart and then leaving. Let's see here. Oh, we got in our chat. Exposure says, I need more subscribers, to be honest. Thank you very much. Yeah, YouTube is real hard to build a following on, but like, I feel like every other platform I've ever done, like Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, I at least got to 500 to 750 or so, if not more, but up to there at least relatively quickly. But whatever. So yeah, basically though, I was just kind of saying that, the prosecution kind of had so far discussed the evidence that they had, and then in the three state witness testimony, which was the Georgia State University Police, which is where the event occurred at, they showed not only some video footage so far, but also some witness testimony from the officers from the police from the university who were on scene right after this occurred, whenever everybody had gone to the hospital and everything like that. So that's all there. And that's where we had picked off at. Oh, did I mention, okay, apologies. I think I skipped over the defense opening statement, because basically what the prosecution said in their opening statement, then they had their first three witnesses for after the defense. My bad. And the defense's opening statement, though, they were basically over there like, yeah, the prosecution's not totally wrong about everything that happened, but she didn't kill the baby and they can't prove that. So that was basically it. That was their defense. They had no sort of proof or evidence that they discussed that we have, and so maybe we'll see it later, but they didn't discuss any evidence that could have let us know this would prove she didn't do it. They didn't discuss that if it exists in their opening statement. And in their opening statement, they were basically just kind of like, it wasn't her. And in my head, that means they must have been pinning it on the father of the child, because who else would have been in the fucking room then, right? So I was real confused with their statement. I didn't know how well that was going to look for them. And if they're going to do that, they better have evidence for it, considering the circumstantial evidence that aligns against her. They're trying to basically say, even though the circumstantial evidence points to her, it couldn't have been her that did it. In my head, though, I wonder if, because the video footage showed him going to Walmart alone, as well as him going to the hospital alone. And I'm wondering if there was any form of cover-up, could that have been done when he went to the hospital? But at the same time, if that were true, why wouldn't the police have searched and found at least something that could indicate and pin it more directly on her? And if so, will we see that coming up? So yeah, that's kind of recapping like what I've seen so far, roughly, terribly. Kind of did that out of order, but also because the 3 witness testimonies that we saw was part of what the prosecution said was going to happen in their opening statement, so I kind of got that confused at the beginning in my head, but whatever. Fuck it. We're here now. So, what we're going to do is I'm going to roll my intro, and then we're going to pick back up right where we left off. We had left off at the end of witness 3 for the state, and they were about to start their lunch break whenever we stopped. And so we're going to start where they pick up after their lunch break, and then we're going to be getting into state witness 4 and whatever else there is for the rest of day 1. And I'm hoping that we can finish the rest of the day 1 of trial today here in part 2. So yeah, we'll see what happens, what we can make time for. So yeah, I'm going to roll my intro, and thank you for being here. Hi, my name is Alexis, also known as Lexie or Deaf Child. I was born deaf, hard of hearing. I began doing business as Deaf Child 2013, marketing 2011, sales 2009. I've earned 50 plus certifications in marketing and sales. My Bachelor of Science from Loyola University, New Orleans, with a music industry studies major and a business administration minor. Deafness runs in my family genetically. Speech is not fully accessible to me. Anyway, I'm here to bitch about whatever the fuck is on my mind. So here we go. Visit my site at noladeafchild.com. Okay, so first thing we're going to do is basically start off here. I think we're getting into state witness testimony 4. And just a reminder, I have been watching this sped up. Sometimes when it gets like kind of boring or through some shit, I think we can skip through. I'll double time it, but for the most part, I have been watching this on 1.5 speed. And of course, as per usual, linked in the description of this video is this original video, so you can go watch it there without my commentary, and on whatever speed you please there if you would like. So yeah, here we are going to kind of pick up where we left off. We still have about 4 hours of this video to get through, so it is a lot, but you know, we are watching it a bit sped up, so I think that reduces it to like maybe 3.5 hours, who knows. But you know, so I expect to be here probably about 4 hours, if not more. So we'll see what happens. I'm going to go ahead and mute my mic and get this bitch going because, you know, we'll be here all evening. Yeah. Alrighty. So, let's see. Let's start with here.
All right, everybody have a good lunch? And y'all ready to proceed? All right. Miss Lamb, you can call your next witness.
You want to say call Special Agent James Gibson?
All right, Agent Gibson. Agent Gibson, before you have a seat, if you would turn around and receive the oath from Mr. Lamb. Please.
Sure. Yes, sir. If you would pause right there, raise your right hand, please. You swear together you give this case to be the truth, so help you God? Yes, I do. Thank you. Have a seat, sir. You state your name, please.
James Gibson,
Where are you employed?
Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
How long have you been employed by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation?
Since 2015, right at 10 years.
What is your rank, your designation there?
I'm a special agent, and my job title is a crime scene specialist.
Okay. What is a crime scene specialist?
Primarily, what I do on a day-to-day basis is process crime scenes and deal with evidence related to crime scenes.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, yes, because the volume was super low, then he said, never mind your phone. About to say, right now it's for me. Usually when someone says that, it usually is my fault, but right now, every now and then for me, it shows it's almost redlining. So I was about to say, I could make it higher, but it might cause a distortion in the audio quality if I do, because sometimes if I forget to do that, I'll notice when I go back there's like this distortion, like almost like a buzzing overtone if I forget to mix the audio correctly, and I'll come back later and see where it was redlining, because it'll show you that in your audio mixer when you use OBS. I said audio mixer, but the fucking captioner did not get that right. Anyway, we're gonna keep going for now. But let me know if you do have any audio issues, and I will troubleshoot it to the best of my ability. Like if my mic right now is showing me that I'm lower than what my desktop audio is, so like if you want me to raise that, I can as well if that's a problem. Oh, hello, nice to see you, Borderkin. I apologize, I don't, I'm like, damn, do I know you from TikTok or are you just finding me on YouTube? I apologize if I'm not connecting the dots to who you are, but I know so many people from our rock community. Now I'm like, you could be anybody. But anyway, yeah. Captioner got that wrong too. I said ARAWAK community before. Anyway, yeah. All right, let's keep going. So, if y'all missed it before, right now we are watching the murder trial. What I find interesting about this, the way that people talk about this particular case also, though, is the chick, when you look at the person on trial, she doesn't even look like the photo they're using. It looks like they're using like a real old photo to talk about this case. Let's scroll down. It's down here. Because it happened about a month ago. Wait, am I going too far? Shit. My bad. Oh, here it is. All right. It all blurs together. Let's zoom in on that. Can we zoom in? Make that bigger? Scrolling down again, right here. You see, this is the murder trial we're watching, and then you see that's what she looks like now. Y'all see that difference? Like, right there, right here. This is what the picture they're using from her beauty pageant days versus like how she's actually looking. And I find that real interesting, and they're calling her a beauty pageant even though she's on trial for when she was 18-year-old. Allegedly, she's on trial for being charged with the murder of her boyfriend's 1-year-old and 6-month baby. And so I feel like because she is white, they're using this picture. I don't know if it's like, that's just what's in my head, because, and they're calling her a pageant queen. But if she were like any other person, they would be using the worst fucking photo of her, and they would be like, you know, saying some crazy shit like thug kills baby, you know, like, you know what I mean? Like, I just feel like, yeah. And then we have our Borderkin friend saying that the Arakan umbrella is big. Sorry if I'm saying that wrong. But yes, I feel like it's like you could be anybody, you know. But yeah. But if Borderkin specifically refers to the island that in English we know as Puerto Rico, well, I guess it's Spanish too, but whatever, fuck it. You know, that we call Puerto Rico, right? So there's that limits what kind of Taino are you? But yeah, so I think that's interesting. And then also when you look at her in the last video at the beginning of the third state witness testimony, I had done a replay because her and her fucking attorney were over there laughing, and she was over there smirking, and that bothered me. I'm like, how the fuck are you on trial for murdering a baby and you're over there laughing during your trial? And I was thinking, like, I literally was like, if I'm thinking she's guilty, anybody that's on the jury that thinks she's guilty, that sees this, is gonna be like, what the fuck, bitch? Like, that, and the attorney. So, and then in my head, I'm thinking, like, even, was I being too harsh when I'm judging the attorney for, in my head, not having, like, a good enough defense so far, right? And I was thinking, well, what if he knew he had no defense, but he's going to take this money anyway and just throw some spaghetti at the wall and see what sticks? Maybe that's what he's doing, and maybe it's, like, that's admirable because he's playing with, like, a losing hand. If he can get in less than the charge at all, get any wins for his client at all, it would be kind of like, even if he can't win the war, maybe he could win some battles for her, if that makes sense. Maybe he could end up pulling through as a better attorney than I thought he was, and maybe I was being too harsh. But at the same time, watching him joke with his fucking client during this trial, I was like, that is a dumbass decision right there. He should not have fucking done that, especially during this trial that he knows is being filmed and streamed. I think I said televised last night, by accident, but whatever. Okay, so getting back into this, we're gonna finish this now. See the special agent dude. Yeah, we'll see what he has to say. He said Georgia Bureau of Investigation is where he's from. Is that like specifically like an FBI unit, or am I stupid? How the fuck you spell bureau? It's fine. I forget that every time. Let's just, just curious. It's an independent statewide agency, so I guess that would make it different than like the FBI. I was like, what the fuck is the GBI, man? Oh shit, this live chat thing wants to work. Why the fuck is it doing this to me though? I was trying to see if I could get... I'm trying to troubleshoot the live chat issues I'm having. It's not going well for me, because sometimes the chat doesn't want to show me everything. Whatever. Hey. It's kind of working right now. Alright, anyway, that's still in progress, but yeah, y'all get the fucking point. They investigate some shit. So moving on, back to this. Am I on the right? Yeah, okay.
Do you have any specialized training with regard to the analysis and analysis of crime scenes and collection of preservation and collection of evidence and so forth?
Sure, I do.
Okay, can you tell the jury what kind of training you have in that field?
Right. So first off, in order to be a special agent, which is a sworn position just like a police officer, we have to go through the police academy, which when I went was 10 weeks. Now it's longer, but it was 10 weeks of classroom material training. And then after that, there's 7 classes that you can take to get a state certification as a crime scene technician. So I did that, which includes photography, crime scene, basic crime scene, fingerprint development, stuff like that. There's a bloodstain pattern analysis course.
Where were you employed? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I did, but I didn't mean to speak over you. Where were you employed when you first received crime scene training?
Sure. Before I was with the GBI, I was with the Columbus Police Department. While I was there, the first 3 years I was there, I was in patrol, and then after that, I was in the crime scene unit for 4 years.
Okay. And
that's where I obtained my crime scene certification, was while I was with the Columbus Police Department. So when I came on with the GBI, I had already done that. When I came on with the GBI, we go through a basic agent course, which is in addition to the police academy. So there was that, which was, I want to say about 12 weeks for that, which is just how to be a special agent, and a week of that is crime scene preservation. After that, I went to the National Forensic Academy, which is a 10-week program, which is just doing crime scene. We learned bloodstain pattern analysis, shooting reconstruction, photography, dealing with buried remains. There's all kind of stuff there that is all crime scenes.
And the reason that they're probably asking him these questions and having him explain this is so the jury has context on his training and how his experience would be relevant to his witness testimony. Specific.
After that, I've continued to take classes over the years in bloodstain pattern analysis, advanced bloodstain pattern analysis, shooting reconstruction, advanced photography. In addition to that, I also teach a lot of those classes as well. So total, I've had about 4,000 hours of training in law enforcement, and about 3,000 or so of that has been crime scene specific.
And have you had occasion as a GBI agent, we'll skip when you were working in Columbus, but since you became an agent with the GBI, have you had occasion to investigate crime scenes of any sort?
Yes, sir. That's pretty much all I do.
And approximately how many different crime scenes have you been involved in the investigation of?
So it's difficult to keep track of a specific number. The number of death investigations that I have actually authored the report of being the main agent on death investigations is right about 200 now. I think it's 197. I've also been a part of a lot of other assault cases involving where somebody was shot and they didn't die or something like that. And in addition to that, I've been involved in a lot of cases where I was not the primary on the case, but I assisted in some way in the case. So I've been involved in As far as assault cases, probably, I'd say 800, maybe 1,000. I mean, crime scenes in general, it's been 1,500, maybe 2,000.
As a crime scene specialist with the GBI, have you had occasion to testify in trials or in court, whether in trials or in hearings? Have you had occasion to testify in courts of this state?
Yes, sir, I have.
Okay. Approximately how many times have you testified?
So before 2021, I was not keeping an accurate record of it. Since 2021, it's been approximately 20 times testifying as an expert in the state of Georgia.
And each time that you testified as a crime scene specialist, were you in fact qualified as and recognized by the court as an expert in the field of crime scene investigation?
Yes, sir.
Does crime scene investigation involve the on-site analysis and collection of items that may or may not be of evidentiary significance?
Yes.
Another thing, like the more he is qualifying him as an expert with experience on this issue, the more the jury will then take his word as a word of authority on the subject. So that's like another reason he's like setting this up just from the beginning by like how much experience he has, so they understand how many other cases he's seen like this to come to the conclusions he's come to.
Yes, sir, it does.
Okay. And is that simply a part of the job that you have to look at the things that you find at a particular location and make a determination as to whether or not you believe they have evidentiary value?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, we would tender Agent Gibson as an expert in the field of crime scene investigation, including the analysis, preservation, and collection of evidence.
You wish to voir dire the witness?
No, no objection.
All right. Agent Gibson will be allowed to give opinion testimony in his area of expertise.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right. Agent Gibson, in January, specifically January 14th of 2024, did you have occasion to be sent to a location on the Georgia Southwestern State University campus?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And how did you become involved in the investigation of that case that day?
So I was notified that there was a case on the campus involving a dead baby, a baby death case, and I was asked to come and investigate the crime scene there on campus. So I came to Americus, and that was my intentions.
Did you go anywhere else besides campus?
Before I came to the campus, I went to the hospital and photographed the victim at the hospital first.
In photographing.
You know, one thing I think is interesting, previously when the university police were testifying, she was laughing over there. She looked very, like she did not look worried. But now, in my opinion, that we've got the actual investigator, well, you know what I mean, like the actual investigator up here, she's really like looking worried to me, actually. That now she looks worried.
The victim, did you notice whether or not there were any external wounds, open wounds from which the victim was bleeding?
No, there was some medical intervention that was still attached to the baby, and there was some bruising, some, I guess you would say, light bruising. It was difficult to tell, you know, but nothing that stood out. There was no blood, nothing really.
So if there was bruising on the baby now, why wouldn't that be on the photos or what was sent the night before, if I understood that happening correctly? And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, more on that will come out later again too.
Really that stood out. There was a couple bruises I photographed.
Yeah. But you didn't. But there was no.
Oh, and the reason I think that is because I have not watched these videos, but since I watched this last night, today when I go on YouTube to my homepage, I've seen 2 videos about this on the homepage, and I didn't click either of them. One, it was like chilling text messages revealed between the roommate or whatever and her. So I'm wondering if that's what will come out later. And the other one was, shit, I forgot what the fuck it was. Okay, but I saw another one too, and I'm blanking on what the fuck it said. But if I remember, I will let you guys know.
There was no external bleeding that you observed.
No.
I mean, I understand you're not a doctor and didn't do internal examination or whatever,
Right,
but there
right.
was no external bleeding.
No.
Okay. After you took photographs of the victim at the hospital, did you go to campus, to the GSW campus?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And
I just remembered it. The other one I saw, but didn't click on, it said something about the defense witness turning on her. I didn't click on it, so I don't know the details of what happened. So those two, I guess, are two spoilers coming up for us to get more information on. We'll see. But yeah, so I'm not, obviously, I guess since now I'm watching this, it's going to be in my algorithm. But I'm going to watch this whole trial live before I go watch those other videos later. That's what I've decided. But yeah, I'll let you guys know what videos do come up in my feed.
And when you got there, where did you go?
Before I went inside to the dorm room, I went to the dumpster area at the dorm rooms.
Okay. And why did you go to the dumpsters when you got to campus?
In the briefing of trying to figure out what I was supposed to be looking for at the scene, it had been reported to me that somebody had come from the building and gone to the dumpsters and thrown something in the dumpster. So I went to look in the dumpster to see if there was anything of evidentiary value in the dumpster before I went inside.
Is that something that you would ordinarily do if you're advised that someone who had been at the location that you were going to investigate, if you're advised that someone at that location had gone and put something in a dumpster, is that something you would ordinarily start there?
If there's reason to believe, well, you mean as far as doing that first?
Yeah.
Or
would you go to the dumpster, whether you went there first or
right.
second? I mean, would you, is that one of the things that you would cover, one of the areas you would cover?
Right. Well, in investigating this case, just like any other case, I'm looking for anything that could have caused death to the child, or anything that could help us paint the picture of what happened. And so if I knew somebody was going to the dumpster, then that's a natural thing to do, is to look and see if there's anything in there that stands out.
Okay. And when you went to...
Oh yeah, because in the footage, it did show that the father of the baby did take some things to the dumpster on his way to Walmart. He had gone out with trash bags and came back in with Walmart bags and pizza. And then about a minute and a half later, you see him then running out with the baby, just him and the baby. That's when they say they went to the hospital. And I believe that timeline should match up based on what they say, because they would know the time from when he left and when he arrived, right? So, the prosecution is arguing that it was, obviously, because it's her trial, that it was Trinity Madison Poague that is the one that committed this. And the defense is basically, I think, trying to argue that it could have been him. And so I think that maybe the prosecution was going ahead and addressing that head on to kind of potentially debunk the defense's argument, maybe. Maybe that's what they're doing.
To the dumpster, did you identify any items that you thought were of significance to be collected?
Oh, before he answers that, though, I should say, I don't think they outright said it was him, but they were basically kind of implying it was him because they were saying it wasn't her, and they were the only two in the room, so who else could it have been, right? But so far, I don't think that the defense has actually offered a competing statement as to who actually did it yet. They're just saying she's not the one who did it so far. Should be clear on that. But we'll see what they say. I'm interested.
Collect any evidence?
To collect any evidence?
Yes.
No.
Okay. What did you do when you were at the dumpster?
So there was two dumpsters there. There was one on the right that was completely full of trash. The one on the left was not completely full of trash, so my thought was if you're going to throw trash in there, you would throw it in the one that has less in it where you can fit the bags in. So I looked in the one with less trash, and there was two white trash bags on top.
Unless you were trying to hide something, you might pick up some trash from the full one, put it up in there, and then put it on top. Just put that out there.
I pulled those out to see what was in them, and in one of them there was some food trash, like I think it was from Zaxby's, from a restaurant, and in that there was a name on the receipt where when you go and you order food and you tell them your name, and the name on the receipt said Trinity, and I knew that the person's dorm room that we were at, her name was Trinity, so naturally I went.
And this is not the Holy Trinity either.
Through that bag and photographed the items that were in that bag. It was a similar bag, same material, same color, same drawstring, had similar trash in it, and I took that trash out, and I say trash, I took the items out of it and photographed the items. There was nothing of significance that I knew of at the time, based on what I knew about the case, that would help me tell the story of what happened. So I photographed the items and put them back in the trash.
Why would you photograph the items if you weren't going to collect them or preserve them in some way?
Well, I mean, first off, one of the things that we teach is a photographic record is preserving evidence, because by photographing it, now I know what was in that bag. So it does two things. It tells us what was in the trash bags, but it also tells us what was not in the trash bags. So, if somebody was to come back and say there was a gun in there, well, no, there wasn't, because I photographed the items that were in the bag. So.
In the process of doing that, did you see any dirty diapers?
Now I see, because theoretically before, in my opinion, the defense could have been trying to imply that it was the father that did this, right? You know, so now they're proving, you know, what was in those trash bags, could he have been trying to take out evidence or something, and he's proving there was nothing in there that could indicate that, potentially. So yeah. You must be interesting to get up in court and then have like all of this academia and all of this career experience to list out and show for yourself, and then they'll be like, okay, so tell us about what you did in this investigation. Yeah, I was digging through trash. You know, that must kind of suck. But yeah, so there's a garbage company in New Orleans, and I think it's like River Parishes, the name of it, or some shit like that. And their slogan is, our business stinks, but it's picking up. And I think that's funny. Yeah, you know what I mean? Anyway, okay, let's keep
going. In the trash.
I did.
Okay. Did you examine those?
I did.
And when you examined those, did you? What did you find? What did you find when you examined the diapers?
Yeah, one of the trash bags had a diaper in it that had like a Mickey Mouse print on the diaper itself. I opened it up, appeared to have what looked like urine in the diaper. In another one of the trash bags, it had 3 diapers in it that were wadded up. I opened those, 2 of them had urine and 1 of them had feces in it. So I photographed the diapers and, along with the other items, put them back in the trash.
Yeah. I'm just going to stand by what I said earlier and mention, you know, that this sounds like a very shitty aspect of the job, and it sucks to be you.
When you saw the diaper that had feces in it, did you see or have any reason to believe that you might be seeing any other substance in that diaper?
No, I didn't see anything other than feces.
See any blood?
No.
Do you think you would have recognized if there had been blood in that diaper, blood in the feces, or blood in the diaper itself?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you ever been in a position that you observed such a thing, blood in feces, or?
Not in a baby case, but I have worked death investigations that ended up being natural deaths. Usually it's a medical problem where somebody is vomiting blood and blood coming out their bottom, and there's stuff in the house. There's feces in the house that's got blood mixed with it, and I mean, so I have seen that before, and the feces that was in these diapers just looked.
That would haunt me forever. How are you still in this field? That sounds atrocious. I was wondering a second ago if me saying it sucks to be you was too harsh, because you know, that's rude. That's rude. Who knows who this guy is? He could be a great guy. But after that statement, I kind of am now wanting to double down on what I said.
Like a baby diaper with feces in it.
If you had thought that there was any possibility that there was blood in the diaper, what actions, if any, would you have taken?
If I thought that it could have helped in the case, I would have collected it. That being said, I don't know everything that our lab can test, and I don't know everything that other labs can test. But in my experience, in other cases, like I know our lab will not test feces for like DNA or anything like that. So I don't know what.
Personally, when someone's like, yeah, I don't know shit about something, that makes me trust them more, because they're willing to admit where their loopholes of knowledge is, versus someone who will act like they know more than they actually do.
But testing could have been done with it, but I didn't see anything that we could do with it other than collect it. Sometimes we collect things just to hold on to it, but even if I collected it, I don't know what testing could have been done to it.
Well, why wouldn't you collect every single piece of every item that you observe, or that you run across, or that you see that might possibly be related to the case in some way, and worry about whether it matters or not later? Why wouldn't you just collect everything?
So in a perfect world, we would just take the entire dumpster and bring it back and keep it forever. In every other case that I investigate, we would just box up the entire house and take it with us. Unfortunately, we can't do that. That's not practical. So we have to try to determine what's important in the case. And I do, a lot of times I will find something that it may not mean anything to me at the time, but I know that it stands out and it may mean something later, so it gets collected. So there's lots of times in our evidence room, there's things that you look back a year or two later and you wonder why we still have that, because it's not evidentiary. But I try to err on the side of caution, but like in this case, 4 dirty diapers just didn't seem like something that needed to be collected in the case.
Did you collect anything out of that trash can?
No, sir, I just photographed.
Okay. So when you photograph something, do you, as a GBI crime scene specialist, do you assign each item that you photograph a photographic exhibit number?
I don't. When it comes out of the camera, it's got a number associated with it.
Well, what's the number that's associated with it when it comes out of the camera? What is that number? What does it represent?
The camera numbers the photographs in sequence, so each one of them has a different file name.
It's a file name, right?
Right.
It's a file name, or whatever, 123.jpg.
That's correct.
234.jpg, right?
Correct.
Okay. Did you do anything in this case that was intended to demarcate or preserve the diapers as an evidentiary matter? In terms of, giving it a special label, a special exhibit number, or did you just take pictures of them when you took pictures of everything else?
Right, I just photographed them.
Okay. Is part of your training designed to help you make those decisions as to whether or not in any given case and any given item may or may not be of evidentiary value?
Sure. Based on, I hate to use the phrase, but knowledge, training, and experience, my knowledge tells me when something looks out of place and to take that. My training tells me how to preserve that, for a case. And my experience going to lots and lots of crime scenes, there's things that somebody else may not see as evidentiary, or they may not think that it would mean something in the case, and based on the cases that I've worked, I may recognize that it could possibly mean something. And I take all of those three into account and try to determine what I need to take back and what doesn't need to go back. Because like I said, in a perfect world, we would take everything, but that's just not practical to take everything.
Is it fair to say that making those judgments and making those decisions is sort of part and parcel of your job?
Yes.
After you examine the items in the dumpster outside this dormitory on the GSW campus, did you go inside?
Yes, sir, I did.
And when you went inside, where did you go?
It was room 158, I believe it was.
Okay. I'm going to show you I'll tell you what, I'm going to, I'm going to hand you the stack of photographs, and I'm going to tell you to look them over, and then I'll have a few questions about each one individually.
Sure.
Okay. Once you've had a chance to look at it. I'm going to hand you a series of photographs that are marked as State's Exhibits 4 through 19. And first, just take a quick look at those, and then and tell me if you recognize what you're holding. You recognize those?
Yes, I do.
Did you take these photographs?
Yes, sir, I did.
Do each of these photographs fairly and accurately depict what is shown in them?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And these are photographs for summary purposes, just from the outside of the door into the dorm room that's in question here. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then pictures inside the room.
That's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, I will identify each of them separately. I guess I'll just tender them each separately, but without asking additional foundation questions. Okay. State's Exhibit 4. What is shown in State's 4?
That is the, I guess you would call that the exterior door for the dorm room.
Okay. Go ahead.
I don't mean to get ahead, but on the inside of that door, there are two additional doors going into the dorm room. So this was the doorway from the hall.
Tender State's 4 at this time, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection, no.
Let's move that.
There we go. Okay. All right. State's 4. That's the door from the hallway into the suite or whatever. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. State's Exhibit 5. What happened when you took the picture of State's Exhibit 5? What is that?
That's basically from the same point of view with the door open looking into the, I guess you'd say the common area between the two dorm rooms.
And which is exhibited now on the screen here. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So you can see two doors there. I apologize, Your Honor. Tender states 5.
All right. Any objection?
Yeah, I do not object to the streamline. I will stipulate that I have no objection to 5 through 19
Okay.
introducing evidence.
All right. That'll ease the transition.
Well,
Because what it is, ladies and gentlemen, the picture can't be shown to you until it's technically admitted into evidence. So I'm going to admit exhibits 5 through 19 into evidence.
And I'm just trying to make sure that each one, as we go to it, that it's clear what it's a picture of.
I understand.
Okay. So 5 is showing basically from the hallway into the room, shows the two doors on the back side of the suite. Is that right?
Right. So from this door, there's a little like a common area when you pass through this door. On the right side, there was a counter space. To the left side was a bathroom area, and then.
You know, they've been going real hard on what the layout of the room is, and I haven't understood, or the like apartment situation is, and I haven't understood how that is specifically relevant to the case yet. So maybe we will finally get to find that out here.
And then directly in front, you can see doors that are in the common area that lead to 2 separate dorm rooms.
State's Exhibit 6. What is shown in State 6? Look up there.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, since they're all admitted, I'll just put it
Okay.
up there instead of holding these up.
Sure. That is just that common area. You can see the counter on the right, and there's a bath mat, a rug on the floor, and then there's in the top of the photograph to the left, there's an open door, which was the room 158, and then on the right was an additional dorm room.
Were you able to make a determination as to who the occupants were, or the normal occupants were of each of those rooms?
Yes. The defendant's dorm room was the one on the left that had the door open.
So it's 158, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When it's shown in State's Exhibit 6, where you can see the bath mat, was there anything notable about the bath mat or anything of significance that you took note of, or potential significance that you took note of with regard to the bath mat?
There was one stain on the bath mat that appeared to be maybe vomit or something. It was very small, maybe 2 inches long and 1 inch wide. It was a very small stain.
Is it reflected in the photograph? Can you point for the jury to show where it's at?
I don't know that you could see it in this photograph because it was so small.
Okay.
And it's hard to see from here if you'd like me to get up.
Yeah, you're welcome to step in and see if you...
Okay, yes, it's right in the center, about the center of the carpet.
Okay. And sort of a brownish spot that's right in the center there?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you, when you noted that it appeared to
Honestly, I can't see it at all in whatever the stream is showing me personally.
be vomit, did that prompt you to take that bath mat into evidence, to collect it and bag it and tag it, preserve it for testing?
No.
Okay. Why wouldn't you do that?
Because kind of like with the baby diaper, I don't know what testing could be done from the vomit. So photographically documenting it, that it was there, I felt at the time would suffice.
Does the crime lab test vomit for DNA, for instance?
Not that I know of.
Okay. All right. State's Exhibit 7, which I'm about to display, what is shown in State's Exhibit 7?
Okay.
If it's easier for you to stand where you can see the screen, whichever one's easier for you to see, you're welcome to do that.
Sure. This was standing in the common area looking into the defendant's dorm room.
Okay. And then, was there a point when you entered the dorm room that you were looking, that you had believed or thought that there might be an air mattress of some sort in the dorm room?
So the whole time I was processing the scene, I was in contact with the case agent who was giving me updates of things to possibly be looking for. In this kind of case, when there's not a lot of visible injuries on the child and it's very early on in the investigations, sometimes when you go in a scene like this, I can take overall photographs, but I don't know what I'm looking for. And so I was told something about an air mattress to see if it was an air mattress, and I did find an air mattress and I photographed it.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 8 that is on the screen now, does that show the air mattress in the location where you found it?
Yes.
Okay. Where in that photograph is the air mattress?
It's the black item in the top center.
Okay. Did you unroll that item to determine what in fact it was?
I do remember taking it out. I don't remember completely unfolding it, but I did verify that it was an air mattress.
State's Exhibit 9, which is on the screen now, did you take that one?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And once you had determined that this item was an air mattress, did...
You know, I can see that though, because you don't really need to unroll it entirely to see what the fuck it is, but I would have unrolled it entirely if it was completely deflated to see if anything was hidden in there. Personally. You know what I mean?
Did you believe that there was anything further that you needed to determine with regard to that item?
No.
Simply, we're trying to confirm whether or not there was an air mattress in the room.
Correct. And I unfolded it enough to determine that, yes, it was an air mattress. And at that point, I still, to this day, I don't know what the air mattress, what
Maybe he shook it.
role it played. It was more of a question of, is there an air mattress in the room? Yes, there was an air mattress in the room.
Okay. Now, let me show you State's Exhibit 10, and have you tell the jury what they're seeing here, please.
So when you come into the doorway of the dormitory, the dorm room, on the right-hand side there was a desk that was against that wall, and this is just showing the top of the desk and the items that are on the desk.
So, you see the blue item that's sort of most that's nearest at the bottom of the picture?
Yes.
Blue cup. What's that?
What I would call a sippy cup.
Okay. Now, you have a case that's involving an infant. Why wouldn't you seize the sippy cup so that you can test it for DNA to determine if that is the infant's sippy cup?
Because I would expect it to be the infant sippy cup. There was no reason for it not to be there. I mean, there was a child in the room. To find items related to the child was not, it wouldn't answer any questions for us.
Okay. You see, there looks like maybe there's a computer in that picture right past where that Mountain Dew bottle is?
Yes.
Is there an item on top of that computer, on top of that black item?
The bags?
No, to the small red item.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, there was a pacifier.
Okay. Did you collect the pacifier?
I did not.
So why wouldn't you collect the pacifier so that you could test to determine if this is the pacifier that J.D. Angelus had used before he died?
I wouldn't have believed it belonged to anybody else. It was the child in the room, and it, in my opinion, it didn't tell the story of what happened to the child. By simply having a pacifier in the room or a sippy cup would not help me in my case of determining what happened to the child.
Is it fair to say that the significance of those items, if any, is simply that they show that a child had been in that room?
That's all. In my opinion, that's all they showed, was that there had been a child in there.
Okay. All right. State's Exhibit 11, which I am about to display.
I was wondering what the fuck that meant, but maybe they are trying to get him to state that fact, so that way if the defendant tries to claim the child wasn't there, now they can say they had witness testimony who said they believed the child would be based on his belongings there or something. Maybe that's it. I don't know. But also, I can also see how he would be like, yeah, why the fuck is that relevant? Because you'd only really need to test those items if you needed to verify the DNA. But why would you need to necessarily verify the DNA here? Because what other kid are they claiming was there, right?
That is State's Exhibit 11. Behind that computer where the pacifier is, you see a sort of a silver bag of some sort that's open there?
Yes.
What's in that bag, if you recall?
I don't remember the brand. It looks to be some sort of chips or something.
I'll show you State's 12. Did you take this picture as well, Allison?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, back there where the bed is, you see that pink chair?
Yes.
Okay. Behind the pink chair, what is that green item?
Step stool.
Right. Did you measure the bed to determine how high the bed frame or the
Yeah, it is pretty high for a bed. Especially for a baby to fall off of. Because, I had said before that my little sister fell off a bed one time in a hotel room. But that bed was easily half the height, maybe less, of that bed,
the top of the mattress was off the ground?
Yes, I measured from the mattress to the floor, and it was approximately 40 inches.
Okay. Did you measure anything with regard to that pink chair?
I did. I measured from the seat of it, from the front of the seat to the floor, and that was approximately 13 inches above the floor.
So the bed was 40 inches high, and the front of the chair was 13 inches high?
Yes,
off the floor. Okay. State's Exhibit 13, did you collect the chair?
I did not.
Well, why wouldn't you collect the chair so that you can test the cushion to see if the child had left contact DNA in the cushion of the chair?
I photographed the chair. I didn't see anything that stood out as far as blood or anything on the chair. A lot of times in these investigations, there's questions about whether somebody fell off of an item or fell out of a chair onto the floor, and so that's why I measured it. And so that's all I did, was measure the height of it. I didn't see anything out of the ordinary with the chair, so it didn't get collected.
Is there anything about the chair that you think that you, as an investigator, or this jury as a decision maker, is there anything about the chair that you think that you would learn from having the chair here in person to look at, as opposed to simply having a photograph of it?
No.
All right. State's Exhibit 14. Let's see. One, two, there. We go back to State's Exhibit 14. What are those items that? Well, first let me ask you, what was the purpose of taking this picture?
So there was two purposes of taking this picture. First off, whenever I photograph a crime scene, the standard way to photograph a crime scene is before you touch anything or move anything around, you take what we would call overall photographs. You try to make sure that everything that you can see that's in plain view is in a photograph somewhere. So they're a little bit out of sequence as far as the way that they've been shown today, but I would walk in, I would show the desk that was on the right, the floor in front of the desk, the bed. This is looking to the left just inside the door to show what is in that general area. The second purpose of this photograph was there's gray bags on the floor that came from, I believe they were Walmart bags that were sitting in the middle of the floor. So it was to show where the Walmart bags were in relation to everything else in the room.
Did you have any belief or understanding that a Walmart shopping bag might have some significance in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your understanding of what the significance of the Walmart bags was?
Sure. In my briefing that I got trying to determine what we're looking for in this case, I was told that the father of the victim had apparently run some errands, gone to, I think it was Walmart and Pizza Hut, and come back to the dorm before finding the child in the room. And so these were evidence that he had been to Walmart.
After you took this picture, did you move closer and take basically another series of pictures regarding the bag?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Let me show you what has been marked as, or admitted rather, as States 15. Did you photograph that? You took that photograph?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you then open the bags?
I did.
Okay. And is that what is shown in States 16?
Yes. Yes, sir, it is.
Now, did you collect the items that were in the bag?
No, sir, I didn't.
You simply opened the bag?
That's correct.
Did you take another photograph, though, at the point after you opened this bag, did you think?
I think I photographed the receipt, more close-up of the receipt after that.
And I'm going to show you what's been admitted as States 17. Is that the photograph you're referring to?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. And that Walmart receipt, if you can read it from there, can you tell the date and time showing that receipt was printed?
January 14th, 2024 at 12:14 p.m.
Yep. Was there anything about that receipt that you thought was significant?
Not with what may have happened to the child. It was just evidence that somebody had been at Walmart at that date and time and bought those items.
So the prosecution is trying to argue that that receipt is an alibi for the father of the child. And I think the defense may be trying to kind of be like, well, isn't it interesting the timing of which he left, potentially? I don't know where the defense is going, but I'm just kind of making like generalizations, I think, from what I interpreted of their opening statements and some of the evidence we've seen so far too.
So it may help tell the story of whoever was there at Walmart, but in my opinion, it didn't tell the story of what happened to the child while that person was at Walmart.
Even though that...
And even there, he says, we don't know what happened while that person was at Walmart. That statement, again, would put it in the jury's head that this occurred if this occurred while he was away, it wasn't him, therefore it was her. Right? See what they're doing here? Yeah.
That receipt might be important for the purpose of showing that someone had left that room and gone to Walmart, or maybe not left that room, but that someone had come to that room from Walmart. Other than that, was there anything of evidentiary significance about it?
Not that I remember.
Okay. So did you collect it for analysis in some way?
I did not.
You said that there was also photographs of a pizza box somewhere in the room. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to show you States 18, and if you can tell me what is shown in States 18. There it is.
This was when you come into the room, looking slightly to the left, the little piece of furniture with the pastel colors with the drawers that was at the foot of the bed, and in the right-hand side of the photograph is the foot of the bed, and there's a Pizza Hut box on top of the bed.
And then did you take another picture at some point of the box itself?
Yes, sir, I did.
Is that what's shown in States 19?
Yes, sir.
And was there any reason to collect the item?
No, sir.
Simply want to document that it was there.
Correct.
Was there any item at the scene, in the dumpsters, at the hospital, any other location that you attended, was there any item that, in your judgment, was an item of evidentiary significance that you simply ignored or did not collect?
No, sir.
Nothing further of this witness at this time, Your Honor.
All right. Cross-examination?
You know, we spoke going on.
Yes, sir. Recess, so everybody can get comfortable. If use the restroom if you need to, and we'll come right back in at 2 o'clock. All right.
Okay, we're gonna skip through that. I think this is the rest of the court break. Let's see. It looks like they're about to come back. Let's double time through here. So yeah. It looks like
Yeah,
this
you
guy.
can cross-examination.
Ms. Lance, over there, forgot to ask.
So now it looks like previously we were looking at the prosecution's original questioning of this witness, and now we're getting into the cross-examination from the defense of witness 4. Alrighty. I'm really hoping that I can change my mind on the defense attorney, but so far I've been kind of disappointed in him. We'll see. We'll see if he does anything where I'm like, okay, now I see where you were going, maybe. I don't know.
Question since I haven't started, rather than redirect, I'll read it loud. Go ahead.
All right, Mr. Lynch.
A couple quick questions, Your Honor, that I probably meant to cover, but did not. After you, the items in the dumpster, after you photographed, what did you do with them?
Just put them back in the dumpster. I put them back in the bags and back in the dumpster.
So you dumped them out on the ground, took pictures of them, and then put them back in the bags and
And put them back in the
put them
dumpster.
back in the dumpster. Okay. So did you ever take possession of them in the sense of bagging and tagging them and you know?
Oh, wait a minute. I thought they said they were doing the cross-examination, but that's the same fucking prosecutor. So my bad. Maybe I was wrong about that, or maybe they are getting to that. We'll see.
Quote, taking them into evidence.
No, no, sir.
And when you made the decision that the dirty diaper did not have evidentiary value because there was no apparent blood or anything else to it, when you made that decision, were you anticipating that someday someone might make a motion to test the item which you never collected?
No. If I thought that there was any reason to ever test it, I would have collected it.
You would have collected it. Even if you didn't think necessarily that we needed to test it, if you thought that it might be worthy of testing, would you collect it?
Right. I mean, contrary to what some believe, I mean, we don't work for the prosecution or the defense. We work to try to figure out what happened, and if I thought that it could answer some questions about the scene, I would have collected it.
Nothing further.
All right, cross-examination.
Okay, so now we're actually getting to the cross-examination, I think.
Hey, Gibson, I'm T. Gamble, I represent Ms. Poague. How are you today?
Doing well.
And you said you don't work for the prosecution, correct?
That's correct.
And you've testified in court 20 times or more as an expert, correct?
Yes.
Tell me how many times you've testified as an expert for the defense.
I've been called once or twice, and they never actually have me in court.
So you've never testified on behalf of a criminal defendant in a courtroom, correct?
That's correct.
Now, as
But also, can he control that if the defense chooses not to call him? Like, I guess he's trying to put it in the jury's head that he works for the prosecution over the defense, but at the same time, he works for who, you know, calls him. Because the defense could ask him for his testimony also on those cases, but there's a reason that they don't. They don't, you know what I'm saying?
As the special agent that is here doing the crime scene workup, I guess I would call it, you were called to the scene. Were you given some background information about the case before you got there?
Yes, sir.
You knew it involved a child that was a year and a half old that had been had some traumatizing injuries, correct?
Yes, sir.
I think you've already testified that you actually went to the hospital and took some photographs of the child, correct?
Yes, I did.
And I think you said earlier it has some slight bruising, correct?
Yes, sir.
And would it be fair to state that on the torso of the child, from the neck to down to his hips, in that area, if you were just visually looking at it, you wouldn't see any real injuries, correct?
No, in fact, the two injuries that I noted in my paperwork was there was a small bruise on, I think it was the left cheek, and there was what appeared to be maybe a bruise on, I think it was the right side of the head, but the hair covered it up and it was difficult to see.
So it's fair to state that even the bruising that you saw was in that slight range that you described when you testified on direct, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so just in viewing the child without knowing anything else at that time, it wouldn't necessarily make you determine or think that severe injuries had happened to the child, correct?
I mean, other than the fact that the child was no longer living, and me not being a medical doctor, I was unaware of what could have caused the death. I mean, nothing stood out. Like, obviously, you go to a shooting scene and there's holes in the victim. None of that was there. So, I mean, I didn't know what could have caused the death.
Yeah, because in this case, those injuries that killed the child were more internal than external, if I understand correctly, you know?
But you have been to scenes where people have been beaten to death, have you not?
Yes.
And you've been able to see noticeable marks on them that would let you know as soon as you looked at that person that, boy, that person had been beaten, correct?
Absolutely.
And you weren't looking at something like that just when you knew the child was not alive, so something had happened.
That's
But
correct.
there was nothing to alarm you into that range of just visualizing, was it?
Right. Based on my experience, there was nothing that I could see that stood out that would have obviously caused the death of the child. No.
Now, you went to the dorm room because I assume that the investigators or the rest of the people with the GBI told you they believe that might be where the crime scene was, correct?
Yes, that's where the child came from. So that's
Did they tell you they believe that was where the incident occurred when the child got harmed?
And notice he's saying that he couldn't tell what the kid died from, not that the kid didn't have injuries.
from my understanding. I mean, when I went, we didn't have any indication of where the child had been harmed, but that was where the child was taken from. So it was my job to go and document the scene as we found it.
And so when you went to that scene as a crime scene specialist, you wanted to collect any evidence that you felt like it had any bearing whatsoever on this case, correct?
Anything that could have told the story of what may have harmed the child.
Yes. So one thing that you'd look for is to see if there was any type of item that might have been used as a weapon to harm the child, correct?
Sure.
And in taking evidence in and photographing, you didn't find anything in that dorm room that you believe would have been used as an instrument to harm the child, did you?
No, and I mean, like in this kind of case, you know, anything can be used as a weapon, but nothing stood out as like a weapon that was used. And that was one of the reasons I looked in the trash bags too, was to see if something was in there that, you know, maybe somebody threw out to get out of the room, because we see that in criminal cases where somebody will dispose of something. And I didn't see anything in the trash bags, and I didn't see anything in the room. No.
So you didn't see anything like a paddle.
I guess now I'm processing, maybe defense is going with if you can't specifically say you have evidence to tell for yourself how the kid died, how can you blame it on her or something? But that's not his job to testify for. There's other people who have the medical testimony on that, if I'm not mistaken.
Or a baseball bat or something that would be used to hit somebody, correct?
No, sir.
And in looking through the room, you didn't find any blood evidence anywhere in the whole dorm, did you?
No, sir, I didn't.
And you didn't find any bodily fluid evidence anywhere in the dorm room either, did you?
Just that stuff that was on the carpet that was right outside that looked like it may have been vomit or something. I'm not sure what it was. It was not blood, I know that. But I mean, it could have been vomit, I'm not sure.
And that's the problem you have with that is that was not tested, correct?
Correct.
So there's no way for you to say with any certainty what the substance was on that mat, correct?
That's correct.
And so that's just pure speculation, whatever it might be, right?
Right. I have test kits for like blood, and I can test it to see if it is blood, but there's no test kit for vomit.
Well, there's certainly test kits that do exist, or tests that do exist that could determine whether or not that was a fluid from a human being if it was done correctly, correct?
You'd have to specify the fluid from the human being.
Well, if you tested that substance that was on that carpet and you asked someone, a lab, to test it for DNA, could they do that?
Probably not.
You do not
If
think?
he's already said he didn't think it was relevant to the case, so if he just didn't bother with it, then why are you going so hard about why he did or didn't test it, you know? He has said that he thinks it was vomit already, so why does that matter? I think he's trying to bring up the fact that he was speculating at all as a way to invalidate his testimony in general, potentially, maybe. So at this point, I don't think it's about having a defense, you know, for his client. I think it's more about trying to discredit this witness, potentially, maybe his strategy, if I'm not mistaken.
Think it could be tested for DNA?
You can test it, but you don't get a result from stomach contents. You don't get a DNA result from stomach contents. That's why you also don't get it from feces. So if we send feces to the lab for DNA, they send it back to us because it's typically not in the feces.
Well, you stated you didn't take it in to test for whatever reason. You don't know for sure what the substance is, but we do know one thing. The rug that you looked at was left there in the dorm when you got through, was it not?
Yes, sir.
And you were asking questions about the chair and whether or not you took it into evidence, and did you take it in and test it or anything, and you said no, correct?
Correct.
But at the same time, that chair was still left at the dorm, was it not?
That's correct.
And you were asked about various other items that why didn't you take them in, or you could have taken them in, such as the items of cola that were on the table and those type things. You still just left them there at the dorm, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Now, the one difference between all of those items and the dirty diapers that you were asked about is that those dirty diapers have now been disposed of and we don't know where they're at, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, these other items, if there was some testing needed to be done or some reason to bring them in the courtroom.
And if you also notice the aggression in which this attorney is speaking to this witness, and he's like, so you're just speculating, and you didn't actually look at much, and you don't actually know what you're talking about, right? It's basically what he's trying to imply, in my opinion. But even while he's kind of doing that, through the way he's wording his questions, the witness is still holding his composure and still saying, yes, sir. Like, treating him with respect as if he has the authority, right, as an attorney. And so that's another thing that's not going to look good for the jury. Like, I feel like if he maybe kept some of the line of questioning to get to that same point, but the way he articulated it and treated him was with the same level of respect that the witness is giving him, then the jury might not see it as such an aggressive front, and it might work better. But where he's like in a way, it's not, I don't think it's technically antagonizing, but it's definitely being kind of aggressive with the witness. I don't think that's going to look good with him with the jury, because it looks as if he's more focused on discrediting the witness than discussing how his line of questioning is going to lead to actually showing how his client is innocent. And if you are going to discredit a witness, I think you need to be able to have more proof or of an argument to actually debunk what they said, versus kind of be like, so you didn't do your job good enough, using other words. You know what I mean?
For all practical reasons, we can still bring them in here and let the jury see them or test them or do whatever it is, correct?
To be fair, I don't know what happened to any of the other items in that dorm room.
Well, obviously, if someone could have thrown them away after you left, correct?
Correct.
But as far as Trinity Poague, it's her room. If she wanted to preserve those items after you got through, she would have been able to gather them up and take them with her, correct?
Correct.
So if she wanted to bring that pink chair in this courtroom to show its height, she'd be able to do that, wouldn't she?
Yes.
The 40-inch bed, she would be able to bring it in, I guess, if she really wanted to, correct?
Sure.
Or show a picture of her measuring, or whatever, right?
Sure.
But at the same time, you have to acknowledge when it comes to these diapers, they're gone, right?
Yes.
I mean, you didn't throw them away physically and burn them, but you left them in a dumpster, and then they were picked up and taken off to the trash dump at some point, correct?
That's correct.
They're long gone.
Sure.
And you did know, at the time that you looked at these diapers, that at sometimes there can be blood in fecal matter, didn't you?
There can be.
I mean, you've testified in some of your investigations. You've done that, where there was blood found in a human being from sickness or illness, and that was available, correct?
Yes.
And there are tests to actually check to see if there's blood in fecal matter. A hemoccult test can be done to test for blood in fecal matter, can it?
Man, I am not understanding how all of this discussion of what was in the diaper is relevant to this case.
I'm not aware of it, but I mean, maybe it can.
You don't doubt that there's some tests available to do that, do you?
I mean, if I saw something in there that looked like blood, I could have tested it with the test kits that I have in my truck. But I didn't see anything that appeared to be even remotely close to blood.
Well, I'm going to hand you what I've marked first as plaintiff's defendant's exhibit number 1.
Sure.
And I've already given a copy to the district attorney. May I approach? Yes, sir. Hey, Gibson, does that appear to be one of the photographs you took of the diapers that you found within the dumpster?
Yes, sir.
And that's the threesome you talked about, the 3 diapers that you found in one area?
Right. There was these 3 were in one trash bag, and there was a single one in another trash bag.
So those are the 3 that were together, correct?
Yes.
Now those 3 pictures show a diaper that's together that's, you can't tell what the contents are, correct?
Correct.
So that's how you originally found it.
That's correct.
But that is an accurate depiction of what you saw in photograph that day?
Yes, sir.
And is that those diapers the ones that were thrown back into the garbage dumpster and are now gone?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'd move for defendant's exhibit 1 to be introduced in evidence.
You object to exhibit 1.
No, sir, I thought it was admitted yesterday, actually.
Well, it was in our hearing, but I don't know if that qualifies.
That's right. It was not.
All right, so
No
it's-
objection.
It's admitted without objection.
You show that, please.
Yes, sir.
Maybe this will show us what the fuck that is relevant for, because I'm like over here like, this is gross. Can we move past the diaper
So is
shit?
that photograph I'm showing you defendant's exhibit 1?
Yes, sir. It is.
See that? Get this beard on.
It's all individual.
It's okay, you can't get it. Try to plug your HDMI.
Do what?
Plug the HDMI cord, plug it back into the.
They're having technical difficulties. That must be frustrating in court. Kind of embarrassing too. I hate troubleshooting
Again, that's
stuff.
the photograph of the 3 diapers that you took in before they were conducted.
Yes, sir.
Now, after you took that photograph, I'm gonna hand you what I've marked as defendant's exhibit number 2. Mr. Lamb, copy that for you. Does that depict, are you familiar with that photograph?
Yes, sir.
Is that a photograph you also took?
Yes, sir.
And it depicts the diapers after they've been opened up, correct?
Yes, sir, it does.
And I believe you testified 2 of them looked like they had some type of urine in them, correct?
Right.
But the 3rd diaper seems to
Alright, they're just showing pictures of the diapers. I was thinking about replaying that because I didn't fully get it, but I was like, because I was going 2 times speed, but nah, we don't need to see that. Fuck that.
have dark substance that appears to be fecal matter, correct?
Yes, sir.
And would you agree with me that it has a dark brown reddish color to it?
I don't see a reddish color. I see brown.
Would you agree with me that that is a coloration that does not appear
I'm gonna take their word for it. I don't need to look at that shit. Fuck that.
to be normal for fecal matter?
No.
You don't find that to be in any way suspect that it possibly could have blood in it?
No.
Now, do you agree with me, though, if you took it in and had it tested, you could positively determine whether or not it had blood in it?
Based on the testing that you recommended, maybe so. Like I said, I'm not familiar with that testing. But when I was there on scene and I saw it, it did not appear to have any blood in it.
Now, your duties as a crime specialist, I believe one thing you said you took 1 week of crime scene preservation, correct? You had 12 weeks as an agent and 1 week was crime scene
Well,
preservation.
yes, during agent school, there is 1 week of basic crime scene preservation, yes, sir.
And I don't mean that's the only.
And this goes back to where, when I'm saying I think he's just trying to discredit him. I understand he didn't specifically say those words, and I'm highly paraphrasing, but this line of questioning and the tone and the way he's kind of worded his questions so far is why I think that. And this right here is just like, yeah, that is like right there to me. But I don't know if you agree with that. That's just kind of, I feel like if he were gonna do that, he should really be backing it up with the evidence he can show to prove why this guy was wrong on those statements, instead of just sitting here and be like, well, you don't know what you're talking about because I decided I don't like your training. You know what I mean? Like, there's a difference there.
Only amount of crime scene preservation training you had, but I mean that's one of the things you got, right?
That's correct.
And the purpose of crime scene preservation, as we stated before, is to save anything that might have relevance to the case, correct?
That's correct.
And in doing that,
and he's already kind of explained why he didn't believe what he didn't preserve was relevant, and why he believed what he has preserved is. So.
would the axiom be correct that if it's in doubt, go ahead and save it each time?
Yes.
So you want to err on the side of caution, correct?
Yes.
But in this case, when you've got a dirty diaper that does have a bodily fluid in it, we know, that could possibly be tested by your...
He didn't save the rug or the poop. Like, there's just... judge that all you want, but do we really have to go harp on how relevant could poop be? Or am I, like, missing something? Because to me, it's like this baby had a laceration to the liver, and his skull was basically broken, if I understood the testimony correct previously, right? So if we didn't have those types of injuries and it was just like, oh, this baby was dead out of nowhere, then I could see why this line of questioning would be extremely important into proving the cause of death and everything like that, to prove the innocence of his case. But if it's already been proven, but through medical testimony and through the testimony of the prosecution who would have evidence, if there is proof that the injury that killed this child was related to the skull and the neck and injury and the head injury, all of that, then in that situation, it's like whether or not the baby pooped or puked is not fucking relevant to me, to this case. But maybe it's because I don't have the medical training to understand how it would be. But I just think it doesn't look good for the defense, in my opinion, for them to go this route.
own admission, you did not seem to think it was important enough to preserve it, correct?
Well, the testing was by your admission, because I was unaware of that. But based on what I saw, I didn't see any blood in the diaper. And I had a test kit on me where I could test for blood, but I didn't see any blood in the diaper.
Now,
Or I didn't see anything that appeared to be blood in the diaper that I could test.
you were aware that this case involved a child that had suffered injuries, correct?
Yes.
Had they told you he had suffered internal injuries?
I'm sorry?
Had they told you he had suffered internal injuries?
They didn't, but I mean, based on not seeing anything on the outside, I assumed that it must be internal.
And in your training and your expertise in dealing with violent crimes over the years that you've been doing so, you're aware that sometimes when someone has internal injuries, they begin to bleed throughout the digestive system and it comes out the other end, correct?
It's possible.
And knowing that that's possible, you would certainly be aware.
So, I think at this point, if he's saying that it is possible for, if they did have the types of internal injuries such as a laceration to the liver, for these to be side effects of that, if I think, how accountable we could hold him for thinking it's relevant to the case or not would depend on, at that time, his knowledge of the injuries. Like if he just knew the baby had died, or if he knew specifically that there were internal injuries leading to the passing, then maybe I could see, well, if you knew this is a common situation, why would you not document it? Then I could see that line of questioning. But I feel like it would have gone better for this defense attorney if he led with that, instead of spent his whole cross-examination so far kind of coming off as if he was invalidating the witness without leading with that. Because if he had led with that and then done the rest, the jury would be questioning like, oh wow, maybe he doesn't know what he's talking about. But because he has done this for so long, he could be losing the jury, and the jury is gonna be over there like, this guy is just a fucking asshole. And then now that it's here, maybe some of them would be like, oh, maybe this is why he said that. But because it's like, you don't want to give the room, where you're giving the room for the jury to have negative opinions of you as an attorney. I think that harms your client's case, and I feel like if he had flipped that strategy, it would have gone better for him with what the jury may be thinking, if any of them are thinking like me.
Aware that if a child has received injuries that are internal, there's some possibility that that child could be passing blood throughout the body, correct?
I guess it's possible.
And with knowing that it's possible, wouldn't it make sense for you to take that diaper in and to be cautious and not to err, to make sure that that evidence was available to be tested?
I stand by what I did. I did not see any reason to collect it at the time. If I knew this was going to be a question now, just like I would do with anybody else. I've collected things just because somebody thought that it may be important, and it gets collected, and nothing is ever done with it. But that was not important at the time, and it was not collected.
And one thing's for sure, there's no way for us to test it now, is there?
That's correct.
Now, in your testing, I'd already asked you about finding blood or bodily fluids and that type of thing. Did you find any other type evidence there at the scene that would help you in any way to identify where any injury could have occurred to a child?
No, I didn't.
So in all the testing, you came up 0 for all of that, correct?
Right.
Now, did you look on the walls of the dorm to see if it appeared someone had been pushed against or slammed against or anything like that?
I mean, there was no damage to any of the walls or anything. I mean, if somebody had touched a wall, I guess somebody could have touched it, but there was no signs of a struggle or anything like broken drywall or anything like that in the dorm room, no.
And no more?
So I will say I have hit my head and things like that pretty hard on walls before, just like not paying attention and moving the wrong way on my bed, for example, which is currently pressed against a wall. So, or like, just thinking of times like that, like when you seriously injured yourself without causing damage to property. I think that is possible for there to be an injury without there being the damage in the furniture to a child that's like 1 year and 6 months. Isn't it true that at that time their skull may not be as fully hardened? Or am I wrong for thinking that? Does that happen? I don't know.
Oh, no fluids or anything on the wall to cast suspicion?
No, sir.
And so from an evidentiary standpoint, nothing was collected that was really of any use to determine what happened, correct?
That's correct. This was more of as far as what I was doing within the crime scene was a documentation type case where you go and photograph everything there, hoping that photographs may tell you something later with somebody's story, because there's just not a whole lot there that really looks out of place. It looks like a college student's dorm room.
And you knew that when you got there that the room had been secured, correct?
Yes, sir.
And as far as your knowledge was that from the time that that Trinity Poague had left that room to go to the hospital, from that moment on, she had not been back to the room, correct?
I was unaware of that. I know campus security is the one that let me in the room. So what happened between when I got there and when she left, I assume they kept it locked. There was crime scene tape there, but...
You saw nothing that would raise your suspicion that the room had been tampered with, did you?
No, sir.
Now, the allegations were that this was a violent injury to the child. Are you aware of that?
It would have to be a violent injury to cause the death.
Now, in a violent injury like that, normally would consist of some blood evidence occurring somewhere, would it not?
Not necessarily.
But it could, correct?
It could.
And you didn't find any blood evidence in that dorm room, correct?
That's correct.
Now, there are ways to sometimes try to check to see if there's blood in a room when you can't see it with your naked eye, aren't there?
There are some different techniques, yes, sir.
It's one of those techniques you can put out luminol.
Yes, sir.
And luminol is a substance that you put out will glow when it's put under a certain light to let you know it's blood.
No, that's not how it
That's
works.
right.
But
Tell me how it works.
you have to get the room very dark. You mix up your luminol, you spray it in the room, and the blood and several other substances will actually luminesce. So you'll see them. The best way to describe it is if you've ever had a glow stick and you break open the glow stick, the stuff that's glowing on the inside, that's what it looks like. So it would look like that glowing inside the room.
So if you saw those glows, it might not positively tell you it was blood, but it would be a possibility it was blood when it's
Correct.
blood, right?
Correct.
And I know I've seen, and I know with you as a crime technician, you've seen sometimes there may have been someone killed where a body was here, but the body's gone. Nobody knows where the body's at. But you go search the person's house, put luminol down all over the house, and lo and behold, you can almost see the figure of the body where the blood was, correct?
You can see a blood stain. If typically we use luminol or blue star is a very similar chemical. We use those two if there's suspicion that the blood's been cleaned up. Because if the blood is there and it hasn't been cleaned up, then you can just see it on the surface. But if somebody makes an attempt to clean it up, a lot of times the luminol is more sensitive and you can see where blood had been.
And that's how good it is. Even when it's tried to be cleaned up with some type of cleaner, it's still luminol will still point to you saying blood was there, correct?
Yeah, the only downside to using luminol is it's so sensitive. Like I said, it also reacts with other stuff. It works with a lot of cleaning materials and other fluids as well.
And you didn't use any luminol in this room to try to see if you could find any blood anywhere, did you?
No, sir.
That's something you could have done if you wanted to, though, right?
Could have.
Now, when you...
But I'm just saying, if the only laceration to the child was internal and the injuries were internal, why would there be a precedent to look for blood if what you know from the injuries are not blood related? You know what I'm saying? Or at least external bleeding.
Search the room. Did you find in the
This captioner sucks. I said external.
room somewhere, I believe you found a bottle of liquor, did you not?
I did.
You took a photograph of that liquor as well, did you not?
Yes, sir.
You got a picture of that? I'm going to hand you what I marked as Defendant's Exhibit 3 and ask you, are you familiar with that photograph?
Yes, sir.
And is that the photograph you took of a liquor bottle that you found in the dorm room there?
Yes, sir.
And you just took a picture and preserved it from the photograph, correct?
That's correct.
Left the bottle there?
Yes, sir.
Does the bottle appear to be full or empty, or what type fullness does it have?
It had been opened. There's still some at the bottom, but a lot of it is missing.
And you didn't make a determination, weren't responsible as the person that would go investigate to try to determine whose bottle of liquor it was or anything like that, did you?
No, I mean, it was in her room, so, I mean, you could place it as belonging to her, but in fact, I want to say I told campus security that it was there if they wanted to do something with it, because my understanding, not supposed to have it on campus, but it didn't mean anything to me and what had happened to the child.
I would move to introduce Defendant's Exhibit 3, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, sir. No objection.
All right, submitted without objection. Did you tender it too?
I don't know, but I would move to tender Exhibit 2 if I did not, Your Honor.
They're both submitted without objection.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Redirect.
When you observed the body of J.D. Angeles at the hospital, I think I already asked you this, did you notice any external bleeding?
No, sir.
Now, if you looked at a deceased person's body and there's a big gaping stab wound or their throat's been cut, and you see something like that on the person's body, would it be more important to you in a circumstance like that to say, well, wait a minute, we got to figure out where this happened, because there would be blood there, right?
Right. If I'd seen blood to begin with, then I may have been looking for blood, like in the dorm room. But yeah, I didn't see any blood on the body.
And so if you don't see any blood on the body, I mean, that's not necessarily going to alert you that there may be blood in this room, is there? Is it?
I'm sorry?
I said if you don't see blood on the body, then there wouldn't be anything to alert you that there might be blood in the room, would there?
Right. And I mean, I still look for it. But as far as like going back and looking for possibly cleaned up blood with luminol or any other chemicals, it wasn't something that I did because I had no indication that blood was a factor.
If you observe anything that
Right, because why would you look for bleeding if there was no external bleeding injury?
appears to you to be a blood stain, whether it's new or old or anything else, if you
Honestly, I felt like I was looking for more. Like, I feel like maybe he spent too long on the poop thing, but when he finally got to his poop point, I was like, okay, I can see where you're going. Maybe you got a valid point. Where he was saying if there were those types of internal injuries, why wouldn't you check those diapers for anything that could indicate what was happening, right? To further but I also don't see that point, because why would he need to prove that there were internal injuries when there's already proof with the dead body of the internal injuries, right? So I don't really understand that line of questioning in hindsight. Like, for a second, I thought I could see where he was going, like, in terms of what he could be trying to put in the jury's head. But the more I process that line, the less sense it makes to me, and it just makes him look bad. And then when you're looking at makes the defense attorney look bad, in my opinion. And then when you're looking at here, like, what he's saying, like, why would you test for bleeding or look for bleeding when there's no external bleeding injury, which was basically like a defense argument, like that, again, makes the defense look like they don't have a valid case so far. But at the same time, because at this point they can only cross-examine the witness on the current testimony, so if he is limited to the scope of the witness's testimony and things of that nature, then maybe that would explain this is basically kind of the only card he has to play at this point, and maybe we'll see more from him later. But at this point, it doesn't make him look very good. I felt like I don't know, maybe there really is no valid legal argument, but that was, I guess a shot in the dark. But it didn't land, in my opinion.
See something at a crime scene that appears to be a bloodstain, what do?
I would document it and typically collect a sample of it so that I could see who it came from.
Are there some crime scenes where people die that just look like a normal room?
Yes.
Are there some crime scenes where people die that you can't find evidence of how they died in the room itself?
Yes.
Your observation of the child's bruises and so forth, would you substitute your judgment about the extent and significance of the bruising for that of physicians who treated or examined the child?
No, in fact, I mean, my purpose for photographing the victim is to photograph it showing the condition that it was in when I got there. When the victim is placed in a bag and goes to autopsy, and it may be the following day or even 2 days later, the condition may be slightly different, at least on the outside, and so I want to photograph that while the victim is there. It's the medical examiner's job to find out as far as internal injuries or what may have caused the death. What I saw that looked like a bruise on the victim's head underneath the hair, I don't have a way of investigating to see what that is. I just document the condition that I found it. They would do an autopsy and determine if that bruise could have caused the death or if there's something else going on.
If Trinity Poague is in fact under the age of 21, then it'd be illegal for her to possess alcohol, wouldn't it?
Yes.
And that being a crime, why wouldn't you take this bottle and send it off for fingerprints to determine if she had ever held it?
Because I was working a death investigation and not an underage drinking case.
That makes sense. It's not within his scope.
No further questions, John.
Any recross?
No, Your Honor.
All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Lamb, you can call your next witness.
Yes.
Okay, now I think the next witness they're going to call is the father of the baby, if I'm not mistaken. So that must be pretty intense to testify in your own child's murder trial.
Just 1 second to kind of move some stuff around here. My next witness, Your Honor, is the father of the child,
And if the defense attorney treats the father of the child in any way, shape, or form like he treated the previous witness, I feel the jury is really going to be looking at the defense attorney like, wow, you're an asshole. So the defense attorney's got to be real careful.
I expect it's going to be somewhat. Well, I mean, I'm sorry.
But I'm going to let the deputy go ahead and start.
It's going to be lengthy. And I just need just a moment to move these exhibits off from here and get the next set. Yeah, so.
So Julian Williams.
Yeah, the state called Julian Williams next.
I'm double timing through whoever the fuck this is. I'm very interested to see
So
what
if
the
you'll come to the witness stand
testimony.
and place Mr. Lamb before you step up.
They're starting. Okay, I'm very interested to see what this testimony is going to be. All right, here we go.
Receive the oath, please.
You would just pause right there and raise your right hand, please. You swear that the evidence you give this case to be the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Have a seat. What is your name?
Julian Williams.
And how do you spell Julian?
Julian.
I-N or I?
Julian.
I-A-N. So sort of the normal spelling, or
Yes.
conventional spelling, right? Gotcha. Okay. Where do you live, Mr. Williams?
Cockle,
And how long have you lived in Colquitt, Georgia?
my whole life.
Who do you live with in Colquitt, Georgia?
I live with my sister,
And what's her name?
Ashanti Burr.
How did it come to be that you and your sister were sharing a house there in Colquitt, Georgia?
It's my mom's house. My mom got sick with cancer, and she couldn't be around my son, so we bought another house, and she stayed probably 10 minutes down the road.
Okay, so was your mom living there with you and your sister before she got sick?
Yes.
And after your son passed away, why would your mom not move back to your house?
She was already sick, and she wanted to stay in Damascus.
So she was living in Damascus?
Yes.
Has she since passed away?
Yes, October 14, 2024.
So you lost your son in January of 24, and then your mother in October.
Yes, 9 months apart, exact date.
How old is Ashanti Burke?
She's 23,
And how old are you?
25,
What's your birthday?
July 10, 2000.
Where do you work?
Sewing machine in Bainbridge, Georgia.
Steward Machine?
Yes.
That's Steward?
Yes.
What is Steward Machine? What kind of business is that?
It's welding business and paint business. We it's taking like for the state, federal job. We build bridges and dams.
And how do you...
I'm wondering how all of this is going to be relevant to the case, or maybe if they're trying to set it up like, because the defense had tried to kind of diminish the relationship as, you know, they were a toxic relationship and he wasn't doing enough to take care of his child. So I'm wondering if the prosecution's trying to come in with this, like, look, he's a hardworking father. He's an average working man, just like me and you type framing, you know? Who knows what they're doing here? But yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
build bridges and dams in Bainbridge, Georgia to put somewhere else?
The bridges we tear down and put them on, they go by semi-load, and for the dams, we ship them out on the water.
There's a river that runs through there,
Yes.
right?
Yes, correct.
It's navigable. I mean, they
Yes,
can send stuff down to the port, and I guess probably all the way to Savannah, can't they?
Yes.
Or to Florida.
Yes, correct.
Okay, so what is your job at Steward Machine?
I'm a painter.
Okay, how long have you worked there?
Maybe 2.5 years.
When you and your mother and your sister were living together in Colquitt, who, if anyone, was the primary wage earner?
Me and my mother before she got sick.
And now that it's you and your sister living there, who is the primary wage earner in that household?
Me.
What's your sister do?
She's in college right now.
Who is Romeo Angeles?
It's my son.
When was he born?
June 25th, 2022.
And who's his mother?
Shayla Alundra Angeles Gardnica.
Did you know that Shayla was pregnant with your child before the baby was born?
Yes.
And were you in contact with her? Were you
Yes.
sort of being kept in the loop, as it were?
Yes.
When you found out that the baby had been born, let me ask you this: where was she when the baby was born?
She was in Tallahassee.
So basically, after the baby was born, not too long after, if I understand correctly, the mother of the child kind of wasn't as involved, they're saying, apparently. And I'm wondering if that's where the prosecution is going, like trying to make him kind of seem like the victim, where they're like, look, he lost his mother, he lost his baby, the mother of his child left him alone, and now he had his girlfriend kill his child. Is kind of where they're going potentially, maybe, I'm wondering. And yeah, if they're just kind of basically being like, he has, you know, his sisters supporting him, situation, bringing that up. Because we'll see where the defense is kind of, in my opinion, basically, you know, degrading him in terms of being like, oh, the girlfriend was doing all the emotional labor. And perhaps there are examples of that, but I'm also wondering, like, if it's also where the prosecution is going to be like, here's all of the factors where he didn't have support, to which why he thought his girlfriend would help him, or something like that. I don't know where they're going, but I'm just trying to logic as to why they're spending so much time on some of this, you know, but maybe that's what they're trying to set up here.
When you found out that the baby had been born, what did you do?
I was staying in Dothan at the time. I left Dothan and went to Lexie.
And when you went to Tallahassee, what did that involve? I mean, you're going to see that your baby's just been born. I mean, what did you do? Who did you see? What did you do?
I went to see her, see him, and she said she hadn't named him yet, so we came up with a name.
Okay, so y'all talked about that together,
Yes.
a name?
Yes.
Okay, and what did y'all settle on as far as the name goes?
Jaxton Drew Angeles.
Okay, Jaxton Drew, like Jackson.
Jaxton.
Jaxton, like
Yes.
Jaxton.
Yes.
Okay, and Drew spelled how?
DRU.
DRU?
Yes.
Okay. And did you believe that that Jaxton Drew was going to be the baby's name?
Yes.
Did you find out at some point that wasn't his legal name?
After he was deceased.
Did you ever have a copy of his birth certificate?
No. No social security card.
I think it's wild to think your kid was named something but not find out the real name till after he died. I think that's got to be pretty wild to go through. And it's wild that there wasn't that communication between him and the mother of the child. Like, you know, was it that he wasn't emotionally or physically present enough to get that information, or, you know, was it her withholding? But they had also said in previous testimony that she didn't even tell him when she was giving birth until after she gave birth. She was like, the baby's born, you know. But yeah, so who knows how that went down, but I feel like a lot of the facts of the case are very interesting. Yeah.
Who had those things?
His mother.
Did you ask for them?
Yes, several times.
Did you have any way of getting them without going through her?
No, because my mom looked it up in the system. She couldn't find Jaxton Drew, so couldn't find it.
That's another thing, like how could you get the records if you don't have the right name? So when you go ask for the records for the name you think you have and you don't know the name that she put, that leads to a lot of confusion. That's wild.
And who did the baby live with? Y'all called him JD, right?
Right.
That was the name that what he actually was called,
Yes.
right? Who did JD live with after he was born?
With his mom for like maybe 2-3 months. But in between that, I get him every week.
Okay, so he lived with his mother, but you got him every
Week or two.
every other week?
Every other week.
Every other week, okay. Was there a time when the custody arrangement changed in some way?
Yes, when she said she was going to Mexico.
Now, why would she have been going to Mexico? You know?
It was for she got another kid. Her kids all in Mexico, and the birthday I think is in November, and she was leaving. And said she would come back in like January, and she asked her if she'd take him, but I said no, I'll keep him till you got back.
So is she Mexican?
Yes.
Okay, and so she was going to go to Mexico, and that was when, if you remember. Late October, early November. Okay, October or November of 2022. Okay, so JD would have been 4 or 5 months old, 4 months old.
Yes.
And then when she told you she was going to Mexico, and you told her that you didn't want her to take your son to Mexico, what did she do?
She told me I can come get him, so I went to Tallahassee and got him.
After you went and got him in Tallahassee, did you keep him more or less from then and for the rest of his life?
Yes.
Did he see his mother again?
Maybe
Or
3
did
times.
she see him?
Maybe 3 times.
Okay. How was it that she saw him later after you were the primary custodian?
I brought him to him. He had to go to the doctor, and she told me bring him to him.
So you would take him
To Tallahassee to her, and he had a doctor's appointment the next day.
Okay. So she, at that time, was arranging the doctor's appointments
Right.
for him. And do you know why she would have been the person who was arranging the doctor's appointments?
I don't know. She wouldn't give me none of his medical records because he was down there with me.
So you didn't have his medical records?
No.
If he had been covered by like a state insurance,
You see, maybe he didn't have the knowledge or the guidance or the money or something, but it's interesting that nobody would have been advising him at that point to get an attorney in order to secure these records, you know? But yeah, I don't know what happened there.
policy, in Georgia it's called peach care. If he'd been covered by the insurance policy in Florida, would that be a reason that she would have been the person who had to make those arrangements and so forth?
Yes, I guess so.
Okay. You don't really know?
No, I don't.
But she didn't give you the stuff that you needed to do
No, sir.
yourself? And you said you took him down there 3 different times, if you
Yes.
could recall, for him to see her and go to the doctor?
Yes.
Do you know when the last time was that happened, or do you remember when the last time was that he saw a doctor in Tallahassee?
I know. I say it was like 9 months. Now I think a year old. I think she came and got him right after he turned 1.
Okay. So when he was a year old, that was, as far as you know, that was his last regular doctor's appointment. Who, if you were working, who was taking care of JD at your house in Colquitt?
My sister.
And I guess, for lack of a better way of phrasing it, was she the sort of the primary caregiver for the child at that point?
Yes, because I worked all the time.
I think now I see where the prosecution is going a bit more here, because the defense was trying to make it seem as if he was some deadbeat dad and that the sole responsibility of child raising whenever they were together was on the girlfriend, right? But here the prosecution basically trying to say, no, he had his sister to support him. Maybe he was a young drunk person, you know, like the defense had mentioned, but he is a hardworking person who has his sister to support him, and his sister was the one who was helping him day to day, not the girlfriend. It seems to be what the prosecution is going for with his testimony here. Yeah, so I think that would put his testimony in complete contradiction with the defense argument previously. And it also, like, the defense was trying to basically act as if, you know, the girlfriend was just overstimulated from having to do so much work with the child, but the prosecution's basically trying to say, no, she has always been resentful of the child and he had outside help. You know, I think that's what's kind of happening here.
Did you know Trinity Poague?
Yes.
Was there a point in time that you became involved in a relationship with Trinity Poague?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me sort of when that started, when and how that was initiated.
It was an on and off thing prior, but then we officially made it. Started dating in June of 23.
June of 2023?
Yes.
And in June of 2023, you would have been, what, 22 years old?
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Do you know how old she was?
18.
Were you each aware of the other's age?
Yes.
After you started dating,
You know, I don't think I technically fully agree with him going, like, I don't think that someone who's 23 that has a baby should be trying to get with a freshman in college, you know? I feel like at that point, at least date an upperclassman if you're going to date someone in college, but really you should be focused more on people who have just graduated, someone your own age, like, because for me, the mindset of trying to get through college versus trying to take care of a child is two totally different things. And, yeah, but at the end of the day, it's also on that 18-year-old, just like, to not be putting herself in this position where she's taking care of the child, you know, either. Because it's like, why would you know what I mean? Like, if she's the one who harmed this child, I don't feel that how much she ever had to be involved with the child is a defense of anything. And so, yeah, so currently, I'm just trying to understand how the fuck could somebody kill this baby. And the evidence, the circumstantial evidence so far seems to indicate that no one else could have done it but her, unless they both did harm the baby together because they were both together. You know what I mean? Because otherwise it's like, if they want to argue, oh, he did it, not her, then why would she not have called the police or the ambulance whenever he went to Walmart, right? So, yeah, I don't know. I'm going in circles, but yeah, let's keep going.
Trinity Poague, from June forward, what was the state of your relationship? Generally, what was generally the state of your
We
relationship?
had our ups and downs.
Do you recall how long you had been dating before you actually introduced her to your son, JD?
It was like way before we started dating. I introduced him like before we even started dating.
So before she ever started dating you, she knew that you had a son?
Yes, correct.
Had she met him? Had
Yes.
she seen him?
Yes.
And that's another problem. I don't think that people should just be introducing their kids to just anybody. And especially if you think you have the intention of dating them or gonna date them, I don't think kids should just be meeting everybody you date, in my opinion, you know? Like, you really have to spend some time filtering who you're gonna allow around your child.
After you started dating, were there occasions when she was in the presence of your son, or your son was in her presence?
Yes.
Okay, what were the circumstances under which she and your son would be in the same place, same time?
Like usually when I'm with him, when she was in college, I come see her and stuff with him sometimes.
Okay. So you came to Americas to see her?
Yes.
And sometimes he came with you?
Yes.
When he came with you to Americas, who was responsible for taking care of him? I mean, for changing his clothes, changing his diapers, getting him dressed, giving him baths, feeding him, those sorts of things.
Either or, either one of us, either do it.
So she sometimes
Yes.
participated in that or
Yes.
helped in that?
Yes.
But was she expected, or did she have to?
No, she didn't have
do
to.
that all the time?
No,
Did she have to do it at all?
not at all.
From your observations of her with JD, what was your impression of her relationship, or her view of her relationship with JD?
It seemed pretty good. Like she was always like happy around him and stuff. So I thought it was pretty stable, decent.
Had she at any point ever specifically told you that she, how she quote, really felt about your son?
She said it then. She said it maybe once or twice. Like she don't know if she could be with somebody that with a son. Then maybe 2-3 hours later she's fine and like I'm sorry.
Man, maybe he took that as like, you know, like in high school type relationships, one minute they want to be with you, the next minute they don't, and they get together and break up so often that sometimes it'll get to a point where when someone then it's like, okay, I'm breaking up with you, the couple is like, yeah, whatever, we're still together, because they do that so much that it's like, nah, fuck it, at this point we just know we're staying together, you know? Something like that. I could kind of understand that logic if it was just on the concept of us together or not. But the moment someone starts saying they don't want to be around your kid or a parent to your kid, then they should no longer be someone you're considering in a relationship with. Because at that point, it's like if you're not co-parenting, if they're not caring about how your child is raised, they shouldn't be your partner. That alone right there is like sign number one, they should have broken up. And I understand, like, you know, when you're 23, you're still pretty young. Like, you're not obviously as young as a teenager. You got a bit more life experience. But 23 is still a young point in your life to be processing the consequences of these actions, particularly if, you know, around this time your mother has cancer and you may not have other authority figures. Even if you have the support of your sister, you may not have, if you don't have community support of elders, you know, that could then lead to a scenario in which you don't have people to give you the advice, you know, that could have really helped in a lot of these cases, and that could create an environment in which someone is more vulnerable to these types of harms. But that's not the victim blame at all. It's just to process, like, how could we have gotten here? Like, look at the signs and the red flags along the way, you know? Because for someone to be saying they don't think they can be a parent or a stepmother or like a bonus mom or date someone with a child, and now we're at a point where that same person is being accused of murdering your child, that's got to be a sign, potentially. Maybe I'm wrong.
So there were times that she expressed some reservations, like that she didn't know. You said that she would send messages, or she would say something like a couple of times that she didn't know she could be with somebody who had a kid by somebody else,
Yes,
right?
and she also say like she'll treat him like that's her own.
And so, besides those times when she expressed to you some reservations like that, did you ever
maybe that's why he stayed with her, because if she was 1 minute being like, I don't want to be with someone that has a kid, but then the next minute being like, I'll treat this kid like my own, maybe he was thinking, well, maybe she just didn't want kids generally. Maybe it wasn't about this kid specifically or something. Maybe that's how he like had a logic of staying with her still despite that type of commentary. But I think even if someone takes back that type of commentary, if someone's making that type of commentary and you have a child, that should just be a relationship ender, in my opinion. Because my mom dated a dude who I do not think liked us or wanted us around, and I really think that impacted a lot of things. And so for me, even if it doesn't lead to this type of atrocity of a murder, I think it still creates enough fucked up situations to which you should not be prioritizing a relationship over your children. Prioritize your kids first, and the right person to be in a relationship with you will prioritize your kids as well, in my opinion.
Or observe anything about her behavior, her conduct, her attitude towards JD when you saw them together?
One time it was like a little incident. I addressed it. It was fine since then.
Okay. What was that?
It was November, in November, right before. She, I think I went to work. I left with her like for the first time. I went to work and she texted me and my sister said she was cleaning up or whatever, and JD ran up behind her and she didn't see him and accidentally hit him with the drawer.
Okay. So in November of 2023?
Yes.
She said that she how was it that she, I'm sorry, let me back up, scratch that, I'm gonna start over. What did you say a moment ago that led to her being in charge of him at that time? Where were y'all? What led up to that?
I had to work that day and she was like, I'll keep him or whatever.
So were you here in America?
Yes, I was in America.
And the baby was with you?
Yes.
And so why would she keep the child for you to go to work as opposed to you just taking the child back home to Colquitt and leaving him with your sister or whatever, as you might have on a normal work day?
She told me to leave him and just come back up.
So basically she was going to keep him so that you could work and come back there the next day or whatever.
So maybe they're implying that like she wanted a reason to still see him later for him to come back, if that makes sense.
That night?
Yes.
Or that evening? So you said that she sent you and your sister a message saying that, what, about the baby?
It was like a little bruise on his eye because supposedly she was cleaning up and opened the drawer and he ran up behind her and the drawer hit him.
Okay, and she said that caused a bruise.
Oh shit, so this is establishing a pattern. Now they're saying this isn't the first time that the kid has been injured in her care, but previously, because she was claiming it was an accidental injury from him running into the drawer, that's, potentially why he brushed it off maybe, but I don't know. This is a lot of circumstance. It's just a lot of coincidences surrounding a murder,
Bruise over his eye.
Yes.
When you came and picked up, or back up, I guess I'm getting ahead of myself. When you left work that day, what did you do?
I came back and got him.
Okay. Did you end up staying in Americas?
I think I went home.
Did you see any other injuries on the child at that time?
At that time, I just seen the little bruise above his eye.
I mean, how closely did you look? I mean, did you
I observed it and I looked. It was like I touched it and it didn't bother him or nothing.
Did you accept her explanation as to what had happened?
Yeah, she was like, I confronted her about it. Then she got all mad. Well, not mad. She got started crying and stuff like she was sorry and she would never hurt him and stuff.
Do you recall any other time that, but not the last time, but other than November, do you recall any other time that the child was hurt or injured while she...
I'm struggling to understand how a child is going to run into a drawer with such force that they end up with a black eye. Like, they must be running real hard. Or maybe that's easier to happen than I think. I've babysat before. I've worked at child care centers. And I've got my niece and family members, that have helped when they were kids and things like that. But, yeah, I don't have my own kids, so maybe I just don't have enough experience with kids to understand that it's actually way easier for kids to end up bruised and shit than you would think. But in my head, it's like, because I run into things a lot. I'm real clumsy, so I do get bruises from running into shit. But to specifically get bruised directly in the eye is just kind of like, that must be very, you know, like, how tall is this 1-year-old and how tall was that drawer? Like, that just makes sense to the height of the kid. How did the 1-year-old, because in most of the houses I've lived in, unless that was a real tall 1-year-old, how is a 1-year-old gonna run into a drawer? Like, I'm still on that. And like, there are certain drawers, like maybe the middle drawer or something, but it's like, I don't know. That's kind of wild. Just a tall 1-year-old.
She was keeping him.
No, sir.
Did you ever see her do anything, you know, in your presence?
No.
Did she ever do anything that you thought was violent or
No.
whatever?
Like maybe raise her voice, like if you get into something, but that's about it. She didn't do anything else in my presence.
What about you, Mr. Williams? Did you beat your youngin?
No, sir.
Did you ever hit him?
No, sir. Like a little pop, and that's about it.
Okay, when you say like a little pop, tell me what you're talking about.
On
What
his
do you mean
hand,
by that?
like tell him no, like that. It's on his hand.
Yeah, a year and 6 months isn't gonna be old enough to understand that, though. Like, I don't really agree with that. Maybe when they're like 3 or 4 and they're like grabbing for something and you're like, no, because at that age they'll know better. But when you're 2 or younger, I don't think your mind literally knows. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you just have to watch them at that point and try to teach them. Because some kids, it's a spectrum. Some kids will start to understand before others, but I don't think a lot of kids are going to understand why you're hitting their hand away when they're 1 year old, if that makes sense.
Okay. How many times do you reckon you popped his hand?
Not maybe a handful of times.
Was that something that happened every day?
No.
Was it every week?
No.
Did you ever do anything to the child that caused your child to be injured
No.
in any way?
No, sir.
In January of 2024, did you come to Americus with to see Trinity Poague?
Yes.
Let's talk about the week of, this would be, like Monday would have been, say, January 8th, if my internal calendar is right. So, like the week of January 8th.
Okay.
Tell me what happened that week in terms of you seeing her here, there, or wherever you were.
I came up, I think, on Wednesday or Thursday. I came and we ate, and that was it for the day. Then the next day, I left. Then I came back the same day.
Did you stay with her when you came up, whatever day that was, Wednesday
Yes.
or Thursday?
I think, yeah, Wednesday I stayed with her.
Okay. What was going on between y'all during that time frame, that week?
We argued the night I bought a hotel. I think it was on a Thursday.
So Thursday night you paid for a hotel
Right.
in Americus? Where'd you get a hotel room in Americus?
I think it was at the Hampton.
Hampton Inn? What did y'all do when you got back here from work? Were you working that week?
I think so.
Okay. So when you got back to Americas from work, what did y'all do on that Thursday when you were staying when you had a room at Hampton Inn?
I think we went to eat. Then she came to the hotel. Then we got in an argument. Then she left. Then in the process of her leaving, she got back up to the dorms and stuff. And she texted me and said she wrecked. So I leave and I come and she didn't wreck. I guess it was just to get my attention or something.
Great. So
if they can prove that she texted that she was in a wreck, and then there was evidence to prove, or no evidence to prove she was in a wreck, rather, you know, if they could prove those things, that would indicate right there that she's someone who isn't reliable or will willingly lie. You know what I mean? Like, having that evidence of her in a lie will look real bad for her in terms of when the jury sees her as someone who is credible in any statements that come from her. You know what I mean? So if that's true, that really looks kind of worse for her. When you look at all the circumstantial evidence, you look at the way there may be evidence that she's spoken about the baby, and you look at the evidence of the fact that she could have lied, you look at the potential pattern of the injury to the baby, all of that together looks pretty bad for her so far, in my opinion. And the timing of him being gone, the proof that the baby was fine the night before, if that exists, and then you look at he comes back from Walmart and now the baby's dead. Yeah. Like, they are really, it would take a miracle at this point, you know, for the defense. They would really need to prove without a doubt what occurred. Because, I don't know, like, I think basically they have to prove within a reasonable doubt that with no reasonable doubt, like, you know what I mean? Like, if you had a reasonable doubt that she didn't do it, then you're not supposed to convince her, charge her as guilty or whatever. I'm not using the right verbs. You're not supposed to convict her as guilty if you have a reasonable doubt that she did not do it. But at this point, there's enough circumstantial evidence and the pattern and the statements for people to believe she did it without doubting it. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I'm wrong in terms of understanding what the legal requirements of enough evidence is, but in terms of what I think public opinion and where the jury could be leaning, based on the case so far, you know, no matter what criticisms there are about him as a dad, it still looks as if she's possibly the one that did it. Like, it, you know what I mean?
She left the hotel, went to the dorm, and she told you that she'd had a wreck.
Correct.
And what did you do?
I left and went to find her.
And you said that she had not had a wreck.
Correct.
So what happened from there on Thursday?
From there, she went back in the dorm, she got her stuff, and she came with me.
So she ended up going back to the hotel with you?
Correct.
All right. So then Friday, what happened on Friday? What did you do on Friday in relation to you and her, in relation to each other? What y'all do?
I think we got up. I think we had a long conversation or whatever. Then said we'll fix things. We went and ate Zaxby's. Then I think I went home.
So you went home on Friday?
Yes.
Did you end up coming back to Americas that week?
Yeah, Saturday.
Okay. What prompted you to come back to Americas on Saturday?
Saturday, she texted me and said, let's go eat. I said, where you want to eat at? I can meet you halfway. She was like, let's meet in Albany at Chipotle. I said, okay, cool, let me go get dressed. She's like, bring JD. So I said, okay. I said, you sure? She's like, yeah, bring JD.
So she suggested that y'all get something to eat.
Correct.
And then you told her that you had JD.
Yes.
And her response was
bring
just
JD.
to bring him?
Yeah.
And so you were going to go meet her in Albany at Chipotle.
Correct.
And what happened when you got to Albany?
I met at Chipotle. We walked in and they was playing. I had them in my hands and they was playing or whatever. Then she got them. Then Chipotle didn't have nothing like on the menu or whatever. So we went and walk out and they was in front of me. So I hold the door for them and another couple walking in. So I had the door and JD didn't see me. So he made a whine and I was like he couldn't see me. So he started crying. I got him. She got a little attitude and got in her car. Then she said we're going to Sephora, the makeup store. Then I followed her to the makeup store. Then went in the makeup store and she got what she wanted. Then when we got out the makeup store, she was like, let's get him something to eat. I said, okay, cool. Then I put his, she told me to put him in her car. So I got him out of my car.
Why did she tell you to put him in her car?
She wanted him.
She wanted what?
Wanted him to ride with her.
Why? Did she give you any explanation? Did she say anything about it?
No.
So previously the defense had made allegations that he was inebriated, which is why I believe if that's what they're talking about, if it's this, then I think that the defense was making it look like he was drunk, which is why she was mad and wanted the baby in his car. And then his testimony and the prosecution, if that's about the same event, the same night, he's basically just kind of being like, I don't know why she was mad. She just wanted the kid or whatever. I don't know. I don't know what they're going with here, but...
Were you drunk?
No.
Had you been drinking?
No, I poured a cup as soon as I put him in her car.
So is he saying that he didn't get drunk till after he was put in her car? Was he still driving and drinking and driving then? Or what was the point of this statement? So he's denying having drank before at this point. So I think them bringing that up does lead me to then believe that this is about that same night, which has already been mentioned, I think, in opening statements.
Okay, so had you been drinking when he was in the car with you?
No.
So then she said that he could ride with her.
Correct.
And y'all went from the makeup store
To McDonald's.
to McDonald's. What'd you do at McDonald's?
I parked to the side and they ordered food and got it. And after we left there, we went to Kangaroo to get gas. I filled up our car, put gas in my car, and I went to America's.
Did you order food for JD at McDonald's?
Yes, she did.
Did he eat?
She said he had a couple fries, that's about it. But he ate before I picked him up from my sister at my house.
All right, so you got food, or she got food there for him. Did y'all not sit down at McDonald's and eat? Or?
No, it was already late, so we was trying to get back to America's.
Okay. So he was in her car,
Correct.
and she was giving him food in the car.
Right.
And she said he ate a couple of fries, and that was
That's
about
it.
it.
Right. Then he was asleep when we got there.
He was asleep. He fell asleep.
Yeah, when we got to America's.
So you got to America's Saturday night.
Right.
Do you know what time approximately?
It's like maybe 10:30, maybe between 9 and 10, I say. 10:30 at the latest.
If the video from the dorm shows y'all walking into the dorm at 10:06 on Friday night, on Saturday night, would you have any reason to disagree with that?
No.
Does that sound right? Or-
Yeah, approximately, yes.
Okay. So you get to the dorm, and you go in, and what happens when you get inside?
I take a shower, then I blow the air mattress up, then
Okay, where's the air mattress? Where's the air mattress come
at the
from?
foot of our bed.
Okay. All right, so you blow up the air mattress and you put it where?
At the foot of our bed.
And what were y'all sleeping arrangements?
Usually, like, one of us sleep on the air mattress with him, and the other one sleep in the bed. Because the bed was too tall for him, so we never really put him on the bed, unless we was both in the bed.
So that night, who was laying on the air mattress with him?
Trinity.
What did you do after you laid down on the bed?
I was watching TV, then I eventually fell asleep.
Do you know if JD was asleep or awake when you fell asleep?
He was.
So I think this is the point where the defense was claiming that he was passed out drunk.
He was asleep when I woke up. I think I woke up again like 2, and they were asleep. And because I looked at my phone, she was doing his hair like 1 something, and they were asleep so I went back to sleep.
Okay. So you went to sleep and then you woke up.
Yeah, about 2 in the morning.
You said at like 2?
Yes.
And she was asleep?
Yeah, they were both sleeping on that mattress.
But that doesn't align with at what point did she text her friend that the baby was loud and she, you know what I mean? When did that happen, or was that before then? I don't know. Because she had texted her friend that she wanted to go watch TV because of the baby and everything. So I don't know. Maybe she woke up and she didn't want to wake the baby up. I need to process that.
How long did he sleep into the next morning?
It's probably like 9:30, 9:45.
So sometime after 9?
Yes.
When he woke up Sunday morning, what was his condition? What was his demeanor, his
It
behavior?
was fine. About 9, Trinity heard me on my phone. She got in the bed with me. She was still sleeping. Then when he go reach for somebody, he'll make a noise trying to feel for you. And then I went down there to get him and put him between us, and he was fine. Then I laid him on my chest, and he was fine. Then they're like, "What y'all want to eat?" Then she's like, "Pizza." So I ordered pizza. Took a shower. I think me and her took a shower. We took a shower then.
Okay, I'll just stop right there. I'm gonna come back to that point right there in just a second, okay? But I want to clarify a couple of things. Okay, so
I think this is what they're saying is the night before the death, and that the baby was absolutely fine before the night before.
you said that she woke up and she got into bed with you.
Yes.
And JD was still asleep on the air mattress.
Yes.
Okay, so then you said that you heard him. What happened that caused you to pick him up?
He made a noise before he started crying. He feeling, because usually he like to sleep right up on you. So he feeling for somebody then. So that's why I went down and got him.
Okay, so you picked him up. You said you went down there and got him. Was it you or was it her that picked him up?
It was one of us. I think it was probably her, I want to say.
Okay, so she got him, and this is at 9 o'clock or 9:30 the next morning.
Yes.
Sunday morning.
Yes.
But right here, he just changed his testimony, I think. 1 minute he said he was the one who got her, and then the next minute he said actually he thinks it was her. So I don't know if that will reduce credibility of his statements with the jury or not. But I bet that comes back up on whenever the defense attorney questions him.
And you got him and put him in the bed with you.
Yes, between us.
Or between you. Now at that point, were any of you asleep?
No.
So you were awake, she was awake, the baby was awake.
Right.
Okay. And so when he's laying there in between y'all, what did you say you did next?
I put him on my chest.
And then at some point y'all started talking about getting something to eat.
Correct.
So that's where we were a minute ago. You were telling this, where you said, and then they wanted to get something to eat. So what happened from there?
We took a shower, got him dressed, and I sat him in a chair before I got ready to leave. She gave him some Mountain Dew and like a Frito, like the barbecue twisted chips.
Okay.
And he was sitting there eating them or whatever. And I left, and when I left, I took the trash out. That's what she had in there.
Okay. So you said that when she's there, after the shower, that you sat him in a chair. What chair did you sit in?
It's pink. It's like a pink.
Okay. The chair that's like right there next to the bed?
Correct.
Okay. And
Are we really back on this fucking chair, man? Why the fuck does this matter?
somebody gave him some Mountain Dew.
Yes.
And what? Gave him Mountain Dew and what?
Frito chips, barbecue kind.
No, I'm sorry. I was trying to flip with one hand and I could have just a second.
Okay.
If you could. What kind of chips were they?
Frito twisted, barbecue.
Frito twisters.
Yes, barbecue.
Okay. I'm sure you must have been in the United States at 11. Can you see what you're talking about in there? In
Yes,
that picture?
and the Mountain Dew.
Okay. The States 10. What's this blue cup right there?
It's sippy cup. That's what the Mountain Dew was in.
Okay, there was Mountain Dew in that.
Correct.
When y'all got in the shower, okay, so you said y'all were getting in the shower. And is that when somebody put him in the chair? You put him in the chair?
Yes.
Okay, so you put him in the chair when you were getting in the shower.
Yes.
And is that when he got the drink and the chips?
Yes.
Okay, and where was he when you got out of the shower?
We're sitting in the chair, watching the show.
Was he awake?
Yes.
Did he appear to be normal? I mean, was he in the same condition he was in
Yes.
before?
Yes.
Did y'all get out of the shower at the same time, or?
I think I got out right before her.
When you got out of the shower, what did you do?
I don't understand why one of them why they wouldn't have taken turns on this one. Like,
I put my clothes on.
Did you do anything in connection with JD or?
He was
with
still
JD?
sitting there, and I told him bye when she got out the shower.
And so when she got out of the shower, you told him bye.
Yeah, I said I'll be back. And he waved.
Okay, where were you going?
I went to Walmart to get her some stuff for what she asked me for college, and I went to Pizza Hut.
Now let me ask you: did you? Do you remember providing a video of you in the car with JD when you were coming up from Colquitt?
Yes.
You remember giving that to the GBI?
Yes.
Okay. And who was in the car when you took that video?
Just me and JD.
And what day was that?
That was Saturday.
That Saturday. And what's my next number? I'm going to tender at this time, State's Exhibit 20, and I will represent to the court. It is the video that Mr. Williams provided to the GBI in connection with one of his interviews. And I extracted it from the report and downloaded it onto a separate USB drive for the purpose of presenting it in evidence. And so represented that's what's in fact on this thumb drive, and I would tender 20 at this time.
Do you have any objection to 20? I assume you've received it.
I do not provide it. Indeed, that is what is on it. I believe that it is, Your Honor, but I haven't really seen it. But
All right.
I know it's a tailored down from the total, but if it is what he represents, which I believe it is, I do not.
Okay.
Well,
did this attorney just admit that he didn't look at what was in discovery? Wow. Am I wrong for thinking that? Did I process that right? That's crazy.
it turns out to be something other than I just said, then I would withdraw the request to put it in evidence. So,
Honestly, no. I mean, I can kind of understand where your mind can't read or process everything, and sometimes when there's so much information in a case, maybe you couldn't look at something. But to basically be like, yeah, I was given a thumb drive, but I didn't look at it. You didn't look at discovery? What else didn't you look at? That's wild. How are you going to adequately prepare a defense if you don't look at all of the files from discovery to know what the fuck they might use against you? Am I overreacting? That is crazy. Can she get, like, what's the word whenever you are basically like, my lawyer isn't competent? There's like a thing for it. Can she do that though? You know what I'm saying? Like, get a mistrial based on the competency of her lawyer? Because that's fucking wild. That's wild to me.
Yes, so at this time, Your Honor, I ask permission to publish 22.
All right, it's provisionally admitted, so you can publish it.
We are speeding up through here, whatever the fuck this is, I don't know.
Yeah, big like two, please.
Let me stop there. Is this the video? Is this what I told the judge it was?
Yes, sir.
The video that you provided while you were in the car?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You and the child, right? Okay. So at this point, Your Honor, having confirmed that it is what I represented, then I will play. It's not long, but I'll play the rest of it.
Big like your baby too. Yeah,
Well,
yeah, big like
why do I have
two, please.
no video up there? There it is. Let's try again.
Yeah, big like two, please. Yeah, big like your baby too. Yeah,
Were you
big like two.
on the phone or something? You're talking while you're showing this video of the child in the back seat.
He sounds pretty hyped up. It reminds me of someone when they are intoxicated and got a lot of energy. Maybe I just don't understand the context for the video though, but they are accusing, I think, the father of being inebriated at that time, if that's a video of that same night, if I'm not mistaken. So.
Hey, who were you talking? What were you doing?
I saw one of my friends.
Okay. Was it via how you sent it?
Snapchat.
Snapchat. Okay. And at that time, to your knowledge, did the child have any injury or have any wounds, any injuries?
I will say the kid looked fine in that second clip we just saw, just holding a damn sippy cup, just chilling.
Anything wrong with him?
No, sir.
Okay. So y'all got on up to y'all got here to Americas. Went to the whole thing at the we're up to the point where you got out of the shower and you're going to go get some food. Before that, okay, when you were there in the bed with JD and with Miss Poague, did what number was that? Did she show you some videos of some sort?
Yes.
Okay, what were those videos of that she showed you?
She was playing with his hand. It was in her roommate's room, and she was playing with his, like redoing his hair.
Okay, so that was in. You said that was in her roommate's room.
Correct.
Okay, where was her roommate?
At work.
And were you aware that she'd gone into the roommate's room at any point?
Yes.
Okay. So why was she in the roommate's room?
Because I was going to sleep, and she said she had him, and she was going to go play with him.
So she wasn't going in there to put him to sleep. She was going in there.
Let's spend time together.
So they could be up while you were going to sleep.
Correct.
Okay. And when I met with you the other day, I showed you some videos and asked you if those were the ones that she had shown you. Is that right?
Correct.
Were they?
Yes.
And Your Honor, what I'll do is I'll state to the court that those videos were extracted from Ms. Poague's phone, and they were downloaded. Of course, they've all been served. I mean, everybody's seeing these way ahead of now. But again, for the purpose of presenting them in evidence, I moved them onto a separate USB drive, which I'm tendering as State's Exhibit 21. And again, I will make a representation that they are complete and accurate
All right.
copies of what was given.
Do you have any objection to 21?
No objection with the same caveat concerning the changing into.
Well, what I'll do is I'll admit 21 and 20. If for some reason that changes, you alert the court.
Well, I will, yeah, the 20, I do not have objection to, it's fine.
Now that it's been played.
Okay, as I said, 20 actually has been admitted, right?
It has, but I said provisionally because it was subject to him saying that, you know, that he agreed that that was a copy of the video you identified. But what we'll do is we'll admit it, and it'll be up, if either of you do this, it'll be up to the other to let me know if it was not as represented.
Okay. So at this time then, I'm going to publish the 3 videos that are on State's Exhibit 21. And these videos, Mr. Williams, you said were done while she was in the other room, in Paris's room, right?
Yes, sir.
And you were going to sleep.
Correct.
When did you see them for the first time?
Like, see you in Paris?
No, when did you see these videos for the first time?
When I woke up the next morning.
Okay. And so these videos were made sometime during the night
Correct.
of January 3rd.
So I think these videos provide more evidence that the baby was, without a doubt, 100% fine, like the night before the death.
Yes,
Or
during
the
14th
morning
morning, yes.
of
Or
the
14th, yes.
But you don't know exactly what time. 'Cause
No.
You weren't in there when they were made.
No.
I will say the baby looks real cute. The hair looks good.
And that's what.
I don't know if that hairstyle's too tight for the baby though, but you know, it looks the style looks good. I just don't know how healthy it is for the scalp tension, or maybe I'm applying my white people thoughts onto that. Apologies. Anyway, but yeah, beautiful kid. But does look fine, does look healthy, doesn't appear as if there's any injuries at this point.
I'm playing it this time, Your Honor. Now, this video was done that night while you were asleep.
Correct.
Okay, so is that what the child was wearing when he went to bed and woke up the next morning?
Yes.
Is that the same sippy cup that was sitting on the dresser?
Yes.
Looks a little bit
So would that be what the child was wearing when he passed away? That must be even harder to see.
gray. And was he drinking Mountain Dew at 12 or 1 o'clock this morning?
Yes.
Okay.
And he's laughing at that, but honestly, I'm still kind of concerned about that. That's pretty fucking wild.
And there was a third one. There was another one, wasn't there? That showed him just taking a few steps walking. Is that right?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. I'm gonna show that one now. It's one of the same ones she showed you from that night before,
Yes, sir.
and that's still in Paris's room.
Correct.
Does he appear in any way to be injured to you?
No, sir.
Does he appear to be behaving in any way?
Yeah, if kid looks healthy, looks good, you know. I don't agree with what they're feeding the kid. I feel like maybe, you know, there's always going to be room for improvement. We were talking about raising a kid, but the kid looks healthy. The kid looks taken care of at this point. I will say that, you know.
That is different than you would normally expect him to behave, especially late at night.
No, sir.
Now, I think you said earlier the child had fallen asleep in the car coming up here from Albany.
He fell asleep in the car.
That's what I said. He fell asleep in the car.
Yes, correct.
So he had slept some already that night,
Yes.
which might explain why he's still up when y'all going to bed.
Correct.
Okay, so that Sunday morning, you left to go get pizza and stuff at Walmart, right?
Correct.
How many times did you leave did you leave the dorm room that morning?
No. When I left, I went to Walmart and a Pizza Hut.
When you left, you came out, were you carrying something when you came out?
I had trash bags. I was taking the trash out.
Why were you throwing the trash away?
Because it was trash. It was like diapers and stuff she already had.
I'm too much of a smart ass to be on trial for shit like this though, because I'd be like, why wouldn't you throw your trash away? You don't throw your trash away? No, okay, but that's not the time, place.
Was there anything in the trash that you, or to your knowledge, that anybody was trying to hide or throw away?
No, sir.
I mean, dispose of in some way to keep it from being found?
No, sir.
Just regular old trash?
Regular trash.
Drink cups and bottles and wrappers and makeup wipes and
Correct.
diapers and so forth, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you aware that morning, or anytime the day before, or the day before, I mean, anytime, let's say that week, okay, were you aware of the child having bloody stool, having blood in his poop?
No, sir.
Did you change diapers?
Yes.
You know how to change diapers?
Yes, sir.
How many dirty diapers you ready to change in 18 months?
Hundreds.
And do you think you would have noticed if there had been blood in his stool?
Yes, sir.
Did you see anything like that?
No, sir.
Do you know who changed his diaper Sunday morning?
Sunday morning,
Or do you remember?
After he got in the shower, I think she changed him.
When she changed him Sunday morning, did she say anything to you about, hey, look at this, there's blood in this diaper?
No, sir.
Did she give you any reason to believe that there was anything that was abnormal about the way, the appearance of the feces?
No, sir.
What was JD physically doing at the time that you left? The time you walked out the door and you said, bye, I'll be back. What was he doing?
He was sitting in a chair watching Kateri, eating chips and drinking Mountain Dew.
What was he watching?
So, if his testimony is correct, then at this point, they've got a lot of evidence to show that the baby was 100% okay before he left to go to the store, and it wasn't until he came back that there was a problem. The only way I feel, to kind of clear her name without a doubt is to be able to disprove his testimony or create enough doubt that people then doubt if this is true in order to then maybe pin it on him. But I think you would also have to be able to prove it was him and not her at this point when all of the evidence points to her, in my opinion. So it would be real hard for the defense, I think, to sway the jury at this point, but we'll see what happens.
Kateri.
Naturia?
Kateri.
Kateri.
It's like a little kid show with birds and stuff. He was like fascinated in birds.
And I'm not going to worry about putting it up on the screen, but where in the, I think there's a shot of that. Yeah, in State's Exhibit 12, can you see the TV?
Yes.
Where is it?
Right there.
Okay. So you say like it's like on that, sitting on a black cabinet. Is that a refrigerator?
Yes.
Sitting on?
Refrigerator.
Right in front of the pink chair.
Correct.
Right? And that's where the TV is. So he was sitting in the pink chair looking at the TV.
Yes.
Was there anything abnormal about his demeanor when you were leaving?
No, sir.
Oh, in that 3 minutes or 5 minutes that you got out of the shower, 3 minutes or 5 minutes or whatever ahead of her,
Correct.
you said, I think you said a couple of minutes before she did.
Yes, sir.
Did you do anything to harm JD?
No, sir.
So you left, went to Pizza Hut and Walmart. How long were you gone?
Maybe 30 minutes.
When you went out the door with the trash bags, was that the same trip that was that the same trip out the door that you left to go to Walmart?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you didn't go in and out twice.
No.
Okay, took trash out, got in your car.
All right.
Okay, so you were gone about how long?
30 minutes.
Where did you go?
I went to Walmart first. Then I went to Pizza Hut.
If the receipt in the Walmart bag, what'd you buy at Walmart?
Walmart, I got ice trays. I got Mountain Dew. I want to say Dr. Pepper. And I think it was like some cheeses or something. The duo kind.
Okay. Show you State 16, is that the stuff that you bought at Walmart?
Correct.
State 17 is a blow-up of the receipt, or a photograph of the receipt that was in the bag. Can you read the time on there?
The time,
The bottom?
12/14.
12/14 on what day?
January 14th.
January 14th, okay. 12/14, does that sound about right?
Yes, sir.
That had been about the time you left Walmart?
Yes, sir.
So when you were on your way back with pizza, what, did anything happen? Did you get any information, anything happen in terms of communications with Trinity?
When I was pulling back in on campus, she called me, and by the time I went down to the phone, it hung up. So by,
So you're driving, you said you were on campus. Where were you on campus when she called the first time?
I was probably just from the turn in the parking lot.
Into the parking lot from her dorm?
Yes.
Okay. So, and the phone rang?
Yes.
Okay, and what did you say, that she hung up?
It hung up.
Okay.
Then it was followed by another call.
Okay, then you got another call. How long was it between the first call, the one that hung up, and then the next call?
Maybe 30 seconds, 20, 30 seconds.
And when you got that call, did she say anything to you?
Yeah, I just heard JD, JD, JD. That's all I heard.
Okay, so she's calling, but she didn't actually say.
Yeah.
This phone call is pretty damning, you know. What other alibi are you going to have for what was said, particularly given the context of the timing of the scenario? So between the fact that, like, especially if he ends up in any way, shape, or form being able to prove that the baby was fine the moment he left, but if we take his word on testimony that it was, that's, you know what I mean? She would basically have to prove that he somehow injured the baby in front of her, but then she's still admitting that she didn't call the police or do anything about it while he left, you know? So that doesn't make sense. Like, in every situation, it's like all roads lead back to her, in my opinion.
Yeah, I guess you were saying.
Something's up or whatever?
It just said JD, JD, JD. That's all I heard.
Just more. Well,
Is anybody still comfortable? Does anybody need a recess? Just want to make sure. It's been about an hour and a half. Okay.
well, I was looking for something in particular. I'll find it momentarily. Okay, so she called, and you heard her saying, JD, JD.
Yes.
Where were you?
I was getting out the car.
You were getting out of the car?
Yes.
Yeah. Did you? Was there a point in there where she told you that something was terrible, that something was going wrong, that whatever?
No, not on the phone call.
Not on the phone. Okay. So when you got out of the car, what did you do?
Opened the main entrance, and I just started. I sped walk and got into the second door. And I sped walk all the way to the room.
Okay. So you got out of the car. Did you have anything with you when you got out of the car?
Yes, the Walmart bags and the pizza, and I want to say it was breadsticks also.
And so you got through the door that goes onto the hall of the dorm, right?
Correct.
And did you then get some idea that something may be wrong?
No, I didn't know what was wrong.
Okay. So, but she called you, heard her saying JD, JD, so.
Yes, I sped walk there,
Okay, you mean sped walk?
like walking very fast.
Okay, so you walk fast down the hall with
Yeah.
stuff. Okay, when you went through there and you went into the room, what happened when you went in the room?
She had him in her hands, and like he's limp. I don't know what happened. So I threw the pizza, dropped it, and grabbed him and took off.
So she has it in her hands and she said what?
I don't know what's wrong. He's limp.
He's not.
Like he wasn't functional.
And why wasn't the ambulance called?
Okay. So you said you threw the pizza down. Where would you throw the pizza down?
On the bed.
And what'd you do with the Walmart bags?
I dropped it in the bed,
Okay. And then what did you do?
grabbed him and leave
Okay. When you grabbed him and left, how did you leave? Where'd you go?
to the emergency room.
Did you go by yourself with him to the emergency room?
Yes.
Do you recall JD getting sick?
Yes, when I got in my car and put it in reverse, he started vomiting and foam and blood started coming out his nose and it's.
So when you said that you were in the car, where was he? Did you take time to put him in the car seat?
No, the car seat was in the car. I left him on my shoulder.
Okay,
And I
you
patted
had him on your shoulder.
Yes.
Right.
That statement, could back up that it therefore could have been vomit on the rug, with the speculation from earlier, putting that out there. Which again would make like any person thinking about how bad that they thought that witness was treated by the defense attorney in this moment, they may be rethinking that moment. Just my opinion.
And he got sick. And what did you say was coming out?
Foam, blood, throw up the Doritos chips. You could smell it all.
Stuff get on your clothes?
Yes.
Did you stop to clean up or anything before you went to the hospital?
No.
So you got to the hospital.
Probably maybe 4
What
minutes.
did you do?
I took him to the emergency room.
Okay. When you got to the emergency room, what happened?
The doctors, the nurses came back and got him, and they didn't want to let me back just then. That's when the security said what's going on. He stepped me outside and asked me what was going on.
So let me we're gonna get to that in just a second. So you said that the nurse got him. How did she get him? What did she get him?
They put him on a journey. Like they told him to put him on a journey and took him to the back.
Did she take him from you?
Yes.
The nurse took him from you?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And then took him to the back.
Yes.
All right. And then you said somebody came around and said something to you.
Yes.
Who was that?
A security guard.
And what was that conversation?
He asked me what was going on and what happened.
And do you, well, what did you tell him initially?
Initially, I told him I didn't know he was with my girlfriend. Then when my girlfriend got there, well, when she got there, she said he fell off a chair.
So
there was a possibility that she did try to do anything to hide evidence. It would have had to have happened between when he brought the baby to the hospital and when she joined. But according to the investigator's statement, he didn't find anything to indicate that. But I wonder if, that could have been the case, but because she hid it, he didn't find it. But I'm purely speculating. But I'm just questioning, like, if there was any evidence, where would it be? Or, you know what I mean?
When the security guard, when you say security guard, you're talking about Lieutenant Allen from the police department? I mean, he's working there. A black guy,
Yeah.
not so big, wearing big guy.
Yes, sir.
Okay, but that's who you're talking about, the off-duty policeman. Who was there, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, all right. So you're talking to Allen. He says, "What's going on?" You said you didn't know.
Right.
And then you said she got there.
Yes.
Okay. Where were you physically located when she got there?
Outside.
And did she come up to where Allen was?
Yes.
Where you were?
Yes.
Do you know if did she go in the hospital first? Did she come out of the hospital? Did she stop anywhere else, or do you know?
I don't know.
Did you go in the hospital and get her or anything, or were you? How did she approach where you were?
She came. I guess she just walked up. I don't know if she's seen us outside or what.
Okay, right. So she walked up while you were talking to Allen, and what did she tell him? And what did she tell Allen while you were standing there?
He fell off the chair.
Was that the first time you heard?
Yes,
Was him falling off a chair?
Yes.
So she says he.
I thought they said previously that he had fallen off the bed. Or was that the night before? I don't know. But now the argument is that the baby fell off the chair. So now I can see why they were harping on the chair so much. But I don't understand how the baby could have the injuries he had just from that chair alone. And not only that, how would the baby get those specific injuries, but there not be a single mark of damage or nothing on the chair to indicate that, something had impacted it to that degree?
Fell off the chair, and did some other officers come up there while you were talking to Allen?
Yes.
What did you say when she said he fell off the chair?
I said I guess he fell off the chair. I wasn't there.
So, did you have any knowledge of your own of him falling off a chair?
No.
Or him falling in the chair?
No.
Or him rolling off the bed or anything
No.
else?
I had no knowledge of that.
And
I don't understand that line of questioning. I guess he meant before it happened, or before he was told, or was he aware that it happened because he was there or something? I don't know, because obviously you ended up with some knowledge of it because you were told at one point. But I don't know. I feel like this question and answer just makes the prosecution and the witness both look like, wait a minute, what? That gives room for the jury to then question them and helps the defense somewhat, but they need all the help they can get at this point. But it probably didn't do much for the defense, to be honest. I don't know. We'll see.
so she walks up. Y'all have this conversation, continue this conversation with Allen, and then what happens? What y'all do next?
They let me go back and see him. Then they put me in a room.
Okay, so they let you go back and see JD.
Yes.
Now, did anything come up about you signing a release, or you signing a consent to treatment, or signing any documents, or anything come up about your relationship with JD?
Yes. I told him I was his father.
Okay. Did they require any further
No.
information from you or whatever regarding that?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. All right. So you went back to see JD, and where was Miss Poague at that point?
She was still outside talking to the officers.
Did she come in
Yes.
afterwards?
Yes.
Okay. Where did she go? Where did you go when she came in to where you were?
They put us in like a room off, like out of the lobby, but it was like a room they put us in and waited to tell us the results or whatever.
Okay, so y'all were both in one room?
Yes, together.
And when you're in that room, was there? Did someone come in to tell you? Did one of the medical personnel, doctor, nurse, somebody come in to tell you what was going on?
Yes.
Okay. When they came in to tell you what was going on, were you on the phone with anyone, or did you
Yes.
ask them if you could call someone?
Yes, I called my cousin,
Okay. Who was your cousin?
Joni. She's a nurse.
Why did you want her to be on the phone when they were telling you what was going on with your son?
Because she was a nurse and she was like the last relative I talked to.
That makes sense though, because like obviously if you have someone close to you that has medical experience and something medical happens to your fucking kid, whose opinion are you gonna go trust? Get the second opinion and get the explanation from what the doctor says. Right, that makes sense.
Was your sister there then?
No, not yet.
Was she on the way? Did
Yes.
you notify her, told her?
Yeah, she was on the way.
Okay. So you did you do anything to make it so that Joni could hear what the doctor said when the doctor came in to talk?
Yes, I put him on speaker.
And did you get a report from the doctor and she hear the report from the doctor?
Yes.
What was, if you can recall, what was your understanding of what they had found or what his condition was right then?
A crack skull.
Was there some conversation or communication about possibly transferring him to another facility somewhere?
Yes, airflight him to Atlanta.
Did you consent to that?
Yes.
So did that ever happen?
No, when the helicopter landed, they said he wouldn't make it to the helicopter.
They said he wouldn't be able to make it to the helicopter.
Yes.
When the doctor was telling you the news about the condition of your child,
I wonder how it's possible that the condition, what's the opposite of improved? Like, that it went bad that quickly. That's real fucked up.
was there something said by Joni
Deteriorated. I was thinking of the word deteriorated.
that caused Ms. Poague to react in some way?
Yes.
Okay. What was it that Joni said that caused Ms. Poague to react?
You're not going to take it here, so unless Jones is going to be testifying.
But, Your Honor, it's not offered for the truth of the matter asserted. It's simply offered for the purpose of eliciting testimony about what Ms. Poague's reaction was to the statement. Whether the statement...
Okay, I didn't understand your argument. This is a good time to take a break anyway for the jury, so I'm going to let you do it. We'll take this up outside of their presence while they take a break.
Okay.
So I'm going to let the jury step out until 4:10. That'll be our last.
Okay, so we are going to skip through the break. But wait, I don't know. It says... Okay, right here it says it's on a short break. And then there's some shit that happens right around here. We'll go play. Okay, so it looks like before the break, they have the jury step out. Some shit goes down while the jury's out, and then they take a break. So let's watch what happens while the jury's out, and then we'll skip through the break.
Last break of the afternoon.
Well, maybe I'm wrong, but I thought it looked like something else might be happening before. Should I just go ahead?
All right, go ahead and ask the question. I'll hear the question, and then I'll hear his
Okay, here it is. See, all right.
answer.
Was there some statement made by Joni that caused Ms. Poague to react in some way? And he said yes. And then my question was, what was the statement that Joni made?
That's what I was going to ask you to answer that. No, but the jury's outside of the...
Yes, what was the statement that Joni made?
Someone's gonna get charged for murder.
Okay. And what was Ms. Poague's reaction when Joni made that statement?
She looked shocked and got up and called her parents.
Okay.
So, if I'm not mistaken, would Joni be his cousin? That is wild. So, the injuries were such that he told his cousin, and her immediate response was, someone's gonna go to jail for murder. Like, that's crazy. In terms of, you know, like, wow, like, to have injuries that bad on a baby where that is a medical professional's first response, is that the point where he may have put two and two together, like, oh, his girlfriend killed his child?
Was that the first time that there had been any inference or suggestion, whatever, to anybody that there might be some criminal ramifications, legal ramifications?
No, that was the only time.
That's the only time. That's
Yes.
the first time, the only time anybody said anything about legal ramifications. So,
Correct.
Yes.
All right. So what's your objection?
My objection is it's hearsay, Your Honor.
What Jonna said is hearsay.
Correct.
Okay.
And
Mr.
for him to
Lamb?
try to testify to what she said without her being present is hearsay.
All right, Mr. Lamb?
Well, it might be hearsay under some circumstances, but it's admissible under well, actually, I don't think it's in fact hearsay because it's not offered for the truth of the matter asserted. In other words, it's not offered to prove that somebody is going to jail for murder. It's offered to prove that Ms. Poague reacted to this statement in the fashion that she did, that she got up and walked out and to go call somebody, whatever. And it is, I mean, that's the purpose for which it's offered. It's her reaction that matters, not the truth of the statement. And I'm not trying to prove the statement true. I mean, in fact, as it turns out, the statement was true, but that's not the purpose of it.
All right, what's your response to that?
You know, I will say, so the difference between how the prosecutor responds versus the defense. When the defense was previously asked to cite law regarding whether or not the father of the child could be present in the case, in the courtroom for the case, because he's both a victim and a witness, theoretically, in this trial, then he couldn't come up with, on the spot, a legal reason. I mean, I think he actually had a reason, but he couldn't cite the law or something like that, if I'm not mistaken. Whereas right here, we have this prosecutor, even if he was just like not able to, whether or not he was able to, he didn't. Even though he didn't fully cite a law related to this statement, he was still able to argue a reason for why he was saying what he said. So I do say that would set them apart pretty big there, even though I've previously had some criticisms about the prosecutor not getting to the point as quickly as I'd like. At the same time, neither do fucking I. So that's me talking about myself too. But you know, I was also just like, honestly though, I do think that would have helped him in terms of he could have been losing the jury in his opening statements. But what we've seen from the witnesses so far and the evidence so far, I think really may have swayed the jury, if they weren't already there, to the prosecution's side. But we'll see what they actually end up saying at the end.
That, Mr.
That is the purpose of it, Your Honor. The purpose of it is to get in front of the jury that someone has said that she's going to be charged with murder, and then to try to show that she had some reaction to it. But the entire colloquy requires one to believe that that particular statement was made exactly as it was made. So it is being offered for the truth of the matter asserted that that statement was made. And then he's trying to come in through the back door and say, oh, it's only her reaction to that statement, so it doesn't matter. But in this case, it does matter, because he's trying to present it for the truth of the matter asserted. If you're going to do that, it is hearsay, and you cannot bring it unless the person is going to be subject to testify, and we object.
All right,
I will say that's a pretty good logic to, you know, in terms of discussing why it would be hearsay, because like you can't say that someone had a reaction to a statement unless you are saying that someone actually made a statement, and you can't say someone made a statement unless they can testify to it. If I read the prosecution, though, if they had thought that they were, you know, maybe this just kind of ended up happening as a line of questioning, and what was discussed in trial led to this. But if they had been aware at all that the testimony was going to go this way, they could have gotten like a sworn statement or something. Even a written statement could have ended up being admissible potentially, even if they weren't able to get the cousin in. You know what I'm saying? The victim's, you know what I mean? Yeah, whatever. Yeah.
if a statement is relevant just because it was said as opposed to whether it was true or not, and then the state contends that she reacted to it in a certain way, I believe that is non-hearsay. And I'm gonna look at that during our break at 8:01C, and I'll rule on that finally when I come back. We'll be in recess until, what time did I tell the jury?
Okay, so they're about to go on break. And so, yeah, what we're gonna do here
14.
is
Okay. All right.
just,
I'll make a final ruling on that when I get back.
Okay.
we're gonna skip through this break. I'm just gonna confirm that they're on break. I'm on 2x speed right now.
All right. Thank you. We'll be
Yeah, this is a break. Let's get through here. This is where it looks like they come back. Somewhere around here.
I am going to admit the evidence. I think the statement is not being offered for the truthfulness. In other words, whether or not someone
Ooh, so he's admitting it. Okay.
was going to be charged with murder, but the relevance is in the reaction if the jury finds that the reaction did occur, which makes it outside of the definition of hearsay under 801C. So I'll admit the statement.
There is an exception. Alrighty. Interesting. Because, you know, he's testifying as to what the reaction is, which is the point of him testifying, which is why I could see why there would be an exception for that case. If it were somebody who didn't witness the statement, then I would say, I would agree it would be hearsay. But because he is a witness to the statement, then I would say, then what the fuck is he witnessing for if he's not able to testify what he witnessed? You know what I mean? I don't know. Yeah.
We ready to proceed? How much longer do you anticipate you'll have with this witness?
Well, this was, I would guess another 10,
Okay.
10 minutes, 15 minutes.
I mean, we don't have a deadline. I would like to finish with this witness tonight if we could. But if you get in a situation where it's going too long and you need to bring it back tomorrow, we will.
I've got 2 other witnesses that I could just told to stay here.
Just in case.
So that, you know, when we finish with him, if you want us to call another witness, I'll have them. But if you're...
How long are those witnesses do you anticipate?
I don't think that either of them is going to be particularly long. I mean, those 2 witnesses are, they're 2 of the providers in the hospital, a paramedic and a nurse. You know, I don't know for sure, but I mean,
Okay.
my part of their examination, I don't think will be very long.
Well, we'll see where we are at what time it is when we're through with this witness, and then I may ask the jury if they want to hear another witness. I like to go as long as they like to go. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's bring the jury. Late like we did yesterday.
Speeding up past here, we're on 2 times speed for a bit. So yeah, we still got about an hour left of this trial to get through. Processing a lot here. I'm interested to see how the defense will cross-examine this witness, considering he's the father of the child of that
All right,
guy.
Ms. Lindy, proceed.
Mr. Williams, when we broke, the question I had asked you is when you put Joni on the phone and she heard the report from the doctor, did she make a comment of some sort to which Ms. Poague then reacted? And I think you said yes. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What was the statement that Joni made
If
when she heard the report from the doctor?
if the baby dies, somebody's getting charged with murder.
If the baby dies, somebody's going to be charged with murder. When that statement was made, did Trinity Poague's demeanor or expression appear to change in any way?
Yes.
How did it change? Like, what was her, her reaction to the statement, and then what did she do?
She got up and said, "I'm finna call my parents."
Okay, so did she leave that room then?
Yes.
So yeah, if that is true, in relation with all of the other circumstantial evidence here, that again, and it's like if that weren't true, would the defense not call the parents to testify as to the conversation, or would the defense call Trinity herself to testify, and would people believe Trinity if she did testify, particularly given how she was smirking and laughing earlier in this day 1 of trial that I covered last night? You know what I mean? Yeah, I find that all of those questions very interesting, but I think it's quite interesting how circumstantial evidence can add up to where people would believe you're guilty of murder even without direct evidence, if there's enough surrounding events to indicate that it's you and nobody else could have done it. You know what I'm saying? I think that's quite interesting.
From that point forward, was there another time that you and Ms. Poague were in a room or whatever together?
No.
I want to go backwards a little bit to a couple of things that I don't think I covered in much detail. So let me go back to earlier. You said that week when you'd been in Americas and you stayed in her room and then you'd gone to work and then you came back, right?
Yes.
And then you got a hotel room on Thursday night and you told about what happened there. Right?
Yes.
Okay, so you said that y'all had been fighting or
Correct.
arguing throughout that week. Well, do you recall what it was you were arguing about?
It was an argument about she went out and she went to one of her friends or somebody else's room and they were smoking marijuana and I didn't like that.
Okay. Was part of what was going on between y'all, was there anything that was going on between y'all that had to do with her not returning some phone calls or messages or something that you had sent?
Yes, that's what she was doing. That's why she didn't answer me.
Okay. So she was at a party or something and she was with other people and
Yes.
she didn't answer when you called her?
Yes.
Okay. And
I'm not understanding how this is all relevant to the case, but we'll see.
I mean, what was your reaction to that when you didn't hear from her, when she didn't answer, you didn't hear back from her?
I was home at the time.
I'm sorry?
I was home at the time.
Okay. But I mean, what was your reaction to that? Did that, I mean, were you upset about the fact that she wasn't responding to you or whatever?
Yes.
Okay. Did y'all have some kind of discussion about?
Maybe it's trying to explain some of the surrounding events to where the defendant was saying they had a toxic relationship, but giving the prosecution's trying to say his side of what those arguments would have been, perhaps, because they were trying to act like he was controlling, and they're trying to be like address, well, what could he have been controlling about, and here would be that conflict. Maybe that's it.
Social media credentials.
Yes.
Okay. Snapchat credentials, or was it Snapchat or Instagram or what?
We had all out each other's passwords, and I asked for an Instagram password at that time.
So y'all had each other's passwords to
Correct.
your social media?
Yes.
So she could log into your accounts.
Yes.
And you could log into hers.
Correct.
Okay. But was there one account that she didn't give you access to or the credentials to?
Yes, her Instagram.
Okay. Did she give you any explanation of why she didn't want you to have access to her Instagram account?
She didn't. We just argued. I was like, whatever. It's cool.
Y'all just arguing about it?
Yes.
Okay. And did you do anything about the fact that she, for whatever reason, she didn't want to let you have access to that particular account?
No.
Was that part of the kind of the trying to make nice, make up, got a hotel room so y'all could, be away from the dorm and
Yes.
so forth?
Yes.
And were y'all back on better terms again?
Yes,
By
at
the
the
end
end
of the week?
Yes.
Had she ever told you that she didn't like JD? Or that she hated JD? Or made any comments like that?
She made comments, but it's like, but then like maybe a few hours she always treated me like he's mine.
So now we're circling back, and I feel like circling back kind of gives room for him to reword things differently, because usually when someone speaks, they don't say the exact same words twice, and that might make the jury question his statements, right? Because previously he was like, well, she had never said that she hated him. She had just said she didn't want to be a mom. And now he's basically kind of being like, yeah, she did make some statements, if I understood that correctly. And like, I was thinking about the social media thing too. And to a point, I feel like it's weird, when couples share all their accounts or whatever. I'm like, could be perceived as a lack of privacy or lack of trust or a control issue. However, I also could see it's like some couples, they're just that open. It's not about trust or privacy. It's just like when you're that enmeshed in each other's lives, it's like you don't really give a fuck because you'll need each other's information at one point or another. Say you're managing each other's accounts or posting for each other, just random shit, reaching out to someone for someone. So I would say, in the context of which, if you did have most of your partner's information, but they refused to give you one account and y'all had already been sharing everything, I think it is a little questionable as to, well, what could you be hiding then, right? So that, I don't know. But I think it's interesting to see what is being brought up and how they may all tie it all together later.
Did she make comments about whether JD liked her?
Yes.
Okay, what were those comments? What was her?
She was like, he
statement?
don't like me. I said, you got to give it time.
Okay. She said that he didn't like her, and you told her that she would have to give him time.
Yes.
The baby is 1. I think it's weird to say that a 1-year-old doesn't like you. It's maybe more accurate to say you don't know how to take care of a 1-year-old. but like it's a 1-year-old. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, this part is just weird to me, but you know.
Your Honor, I think that, if I can have just a moment to confer with the folks on my table, please. Did you love the child?
Yes.
Did you harm him?
No.
Would you have stood by and allowed her to do so?
Okay, sorry. They were saying that, you know, asking if you would harm him and stuff. Okay, hold on.
If you knew that she would or might?
No.
Thank you. That's what enough.
Cross-examination, Mr. Jones?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, now this is the part I'm like have been waiting for. They have to be real careful. If the defense attorney cross-examines him in any way, shape, or form, like he had previously cross-examined the other witness, I feel like jury is just gonna look at him like you're an asshole. So we'll see if he takes the asshole approach or if he actually shows the father of the dead child some genuine concern. We'll see.
David, Mr. Williams, I'm T. Gamble. I represent Trinity Poague. How are you today?
Doing all right?
Some questions for you, Mr. Poague. First of all, you've testified about, I want to talk to you a little bit about when you last
Did he just call him Mr. Poague? Wow. What a blunder.
weekend when you were with Trinity, and this incident finally ended up happening on Sunday, okay?
Correct.
Now, I know, first of all, that you arrived for the time with the child. The first time you arrived was on Saturday night, correct?
Yes.
Previous to that, the time you were visiting with Trinity was without your child, correct?
Yes.
And it's my understanding that y'all have been dating since June of 2023 officially, is that right?
Yes.
Now, you said something in your testimony when you began, though. You said, yeah, we began dating officially in June of 2023, but we've been off and on before that, is that right?
Yes, like texting.
And texting, is that meaning like trying to get a relationship going?
Yeah, you can say.
How long have y'all been doing that before you became boyfriend and girlfriend?
Maybe a month or two.
So really only, if it was June, maybe April, something
Yeah.
like that. Had you known Trinity, though, for some time prior to that?
Yes.
But not in a boyfriend-girlfriend way?
No.
You first start dating, she is 18 years old, is that right?
Correct.
And at that time, were you 22 or 23?
22.
Now, when this incident happened in January of 2024, how old were you then?
23.
And she was still 18?
Yes.
Now, this relationship that you had, as I understand it, you would come quite often to her dorm and spend the night, correct?
Yes.
And you would do that during the weekday a lot of times, correct?
Sometimes.
So even though you're working out of Bainbridge, I guess y'all work all around though, right?
You know what? He's surprising me. Like, he's still keeping it brisk and snappy as he seems to be, but I'm noticing he doesn't seem so far to be as much of a dick to this guy as he was to the last, in my opinion, which is probably the best he should be doing, you know, considering this is the father of the dead baby.
No, I work in Bainbridge.
You work in Bainbridge, man. So you would come and spend the night at her dorm and then get up and go back to work in Bainbridge?
Yes, leave like 5 in the morning.
Okay. But would it be common for you to at least spend the night a couple times a week on a weekday with her?
Yes, if she asks.
And that would be from August, when she enrolled in school, until that January, correct?
Correct.
And would it be fair to state that you average at least once or twice a weekday from August up until January?
Yes.
And in addition, you usually came on weekends, correct?
Correct.
And did you normally stay Friday and Saturday, or just Saturdays?
Probably just Saturdays.
So you would come spend the night Saturday night and then leave Sunday?
Correct.
You didn't spend the night on Sunday and leave on Monday morning?
Maybe sometimes.
So either way, it could be a one-day weekend or a
Or
two-day
2 day.
weekend?
Yes.
Was that almost every weekend?
Sometimes. Every weekend.
Well, I mean, sometime. Were there any weekends that were missed during from August until January?
Maybe one or two.
So one or two out of that whole time period you might have missed, right?
Yes.
So you were seeing it quite a bit, right?
Correct.
And we know most of the time when you came, you did not have JD with you, correct?
Correct.
So we know that when you came a couple times a week and on the weekends that you had left the child to be cared for by someone else, correct?
Correct.
And that would be your sister, Ms. Burr, correct?
Correct.
And so you lived with Ms. Burr, and would it be fair to state that for the most part, Ms. Burr took care of JD day to day for just your regular things that need to be done for that child?
Correct.
And a lot of times she was alone with the child because You were with Trinity, correct?
Correct.
And so you were letting her take care of the child, right?
Correct.
And you testified earlier that the baby mama of this child gave you the child or turned the child over to you, whatever you want to say, when the child was 2 or 3 months old, correct?
Correct.
She said, I'm going back to Mexico, and for the most part, she was out of the picture after that, correct?
Correct.
Now, at the time that she had the child, however, this child was born, the baby mama was actually married to another man, was she not?
Yes, after I found that out after he was deceased.
But you didn't know it at the time.
No, I didn't know.
But you know it now, correct?
Correct.
I'm not used to hearing an attorney say baby mama like this in court, particularly a white man. And I wonder if it's interesting the way he directs that type of rhetoric towards our witness here. Would that be considered a point of disrespect, or am I overreacting?
And you have never legitimated the child or anything of that nature, have you?
No.
So in other words, you haven't been legally declared to be the father, correct?
Correct.
Have you ever done a DNA test?
No.
But nobody's ever disputed you're the father, right?
No.
I mean, a baby mama admits and acknowledges your daddy, correct?
Correct.
But once you got the child, from the time that she left the child with you, am I right that you have not one time taken the child to see a doctor?
I haven't. I have to go back to Tallahassee to give it to her mama or her. She got back in like February of 23.
You're saying a couple of times you took her back to see mama and she took her to the doctor,
Yes.
is that right? Have you seen the medical records of the child that were obtained by the GBI?
No.
So you're not aware of how many times the child was at a wellness check, are you?
No.
And you don't know whether the child has been immunized for all the different things that children get, do you?
Yes, I know he got shots.
You know he got some shots.
Correct.
Do you know whether he's up to date on the shots?
He was. I know for a fact he went his 9 months in a year. I want to say.
Okay. But you know you've never taken him to a doctor.
No.
Now, on at least one occasion, isn't it true that you came to see Trinity in some fashion, y'all were meeting, or she was coming to you or you to her, in which you came up with the child without a car seat?
No.
You've never had a time when Trinity was mad with you because you didn't have a car seat?
No.
You don't recall telling anybody that?
No.
You wouldn't have said that in law enforcement?
No.
When you came on the video that you showed, or you were shown a little bit ago, you remember that one that you made, that
Yes.
you gave GBI? You recall that video?
Yes.
That video seems to appear to show that the car seat that the child's in is facing the same direction as you. Is that correct?
Correct.
You're aware that a child on four is not supposed to be forward facing in a vehicle?
No, I was not aware.
You were not aware of that. So that was not a safety concern to you?
No.
Now, on Saturday that you met Trinity, I think you testified already.
You know what? I forgot about that. But that is a true statement. But I wonder if they're trying to, say that these types of things would make him neglectful, and then therefore are trying to kind of like make him more implicate him more in what occurred or something. I don't know why they're bringing that up in relation to this case though, but I mean, I guess it's a point that that's but
that y'all went to Chipotle, correct?
Correct.
And initially you told her you were coming to meet her, and she did not know that JD was going to be with you, but you said JD was going to be with me, correct?
No.
You didn't tell her JD was going to be with
No,
you?
she told me to bring JD.
Okay, so you're saying she just said bring JD.
Correct.
And that was fine with you, right?
Yes.
And that was an indication she wanted you to bring the child, correct?
Correct.
And you testified already that, as far as you could tell, up until this whole situation occurred, that you felt like that she was all right with the child, correct?
Correct.
And most of the time when you would bring the child around her, isn't it true if y'all went somewhere like walking in the store, more times than not, she would be the person carrying JD?
Yes, she wanted to carry him.
She wanted to.
But most of the time I carried him.
And you didn't care if she carried him, though, right?
Correct.
I mean, I've seen several pictures. They always seem to show her carrying the child, correct?
Correct.
You saw the video of y'all going into the dorm on Saturday night. She was the one carrying the sleeping child.
Yes, because I carried everything out the car.
I understand. You had your hands full and you let her carry him, correct?
Correct.
But you didn't have any problem with that, right?
No.
And you hadn't had any problem with that, right?
No.
And you would feel okay with bringing the child around her, correct?
Yeah, at the time.
Now, the relationship you had, you've already described somewhat, is a volatile relationship between you and Trinity in the sense that y'all bicker and fight a lot, correct?
Correct.
And not only bicker and fight, but there would be these declarations that it's over or we're breaking up for a little short period of time, right?
Yes.
It'd be fair to state that most of the time when one or the other said we're breaking up, that only lasted for an hour or two,
Correct.
and there was no real breakup at all.
No.
There's an old song called Break Up and Make Up. We all kind of live in a relationship like that.
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, y'all were together, then you'd say we're breaking up, then you'd say we're
Yes.
back together, right?
Yes.
And y'all had a lot of fussing going on. A lot of it was because she was not happy with what she considered to be you wanting to control everything she did, correct?
No.
You don't agree that you were requiring her to let you know where she was at all times?
No, I did not require that every time.
You didn't demand when you text her that you expected her to text back right away to know that she got the text and know what she was doing?
Yes.
You did want that, right?
Yeah.
And you wanted all of her passcodes to all of her accounts, correct?
She wanted mine first, so I gave her mine and she gave me hers.
But you wanted hers, right?
Correct. She had one of mine first.
You didn't like it when she wouldn't give you one of them, or you thought she wouldn't give it, correct?
Yeah, she didn't give it.
And y'all fussed and fought about that, correct?
Correct.
And there were other times that y'all argued
I mean, it is weird though to demand your accounts and then not want to give one though.
because of you being unhappy that she had gone to a party or gone someplace where there were girlfriends that had boyfriends or things like that, and you thought she was around those guys, correct?
No.
You never had those kind of jealousies?
No.
Never had those arguments?
No.
But y'all did do a lot of arguing, nevertheless, right?
Correct.
And
You
one
know,
of-
even if the defense attorney was right about the car seat thing, I feel like that's not the time or place. Like some of the like reasons of questioning. Maybe he's using it to try to imply that he's negligent or something, or would endanger the child or something. But besides that, it just kind of looks like you're badgering him and you don't have like a direction you're going, you know, because I don't understand how some of these questions would be relevant to proving what happened to the child.
One of the things that you also were told by Trinity to some extent was that although she was in a relationship with you, she would have preferred not to have a child because you already had a child. It was not hers, correct?
Correct.
Now, she wasn't saying that she didn't like JD as much as she was saying that she wanted to have a child of her own, correct?
Correct.
And she never expressed to you, I think you told some of the people that interviewed you, she never expressed to you that she didn't like JD, correct?
No.
Now, she did express she thought JD didn't like her, right?
Yes.
And you told her, give it some time, right?
Correct.
And it's fair to state that y'all had not been around each other, or Trinity and the child had not been around each other a whole lot, even in January. They've been around several times, but it had not been a lot of times, had it?
I'd say about at least 10 times. They've seen each other.
10 total times.
Maybe that's the minimum.
And you were comfortable with those times, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you went to the hospital that night with the child, isn't it true that when you saw the hospital personnel, that you told them that your child had fallen only 5 minutes prior to arriving at the hospital?
No.
Do you have any explanation for why that notation would have been contained within the hospital records of your child?
Objection, Your Honor, because for this was to speculate about why a record would say something. I mean, he can question the maker of the record about that.
Mr. Gammon, what's your response to that?
My response is he can answer the question if he has any reason to know why anybody would do that. He can say no or yes, John.
All right, well, I'll allow him to answer the question.
Repeat it.
Do you know any reason why the hospital records of your son at the hospital would have a notation saying that you had said that?
Yes.
Why would it say that?
Because she told the officer that. So that's what she
That
told me.
confused you with her?
No, but she told me an officer that, so that's what I was told.
Did you also tell Lieutenant Allen that the child had failed?
Yes.
You did tell him.
After she told me.
Now, on the night the day of Sunday when this event occurred, you testified about how y'all woke up in the morning, correct?
Correct.
And then y'all were all together for a bit, and you said you put JD on your chest, correct?
Correct.
And I don't know how long that would be, but I assume if you're like most folks, you do that, but you don't last a long, long time. Was that just for a short period of time they laid on your chest?
Yeah, short period of time.
And you said that y'all discussed a few things and then ordered some pizza, correct?
Correct.
So we can know the time frame for that would have had to have been getting close to 11:30, 12 o'clock, correct?
Correct.
Because we know that you left to go get the pizza sometime like that, right before 12, correct?
Correct.
And I assume you had enough time to feel like that order would be filled when you got there, right?
Correct.
And you also said one other thing, that you had talked about it, and then you ordered the pizza, and then y'all went and got up and took a shower together, correct?
Correct.
So that would have been before you went to get the pizza, you took a shower, correct?
Correct.
But after you ordered the pizza, right?
Yes.
So the time that it took to take a shower would have been time that the pizza could be prepared, correct?
Correct.
And then when you took the shower, as I understand it, you got out a little bit before she did, correct?
Correct.
You even stated that you were there with the child and you were going to tell the child bye, but you told the child bye after you were waiting on her to get out of the shower. And when she got out of the shower, then you told him bye and you left,
Yes.
correct?
Correct.
Now, isn't it true that once she got out of the shower that you were there holding the child and the child was crying at that time?
No.
You don't recall the time when the child was crying there that morning?
No.
You don't know anything about that?
No.
What about crying the night before on Saturday night? You know anything about the child crying Saturday night?
Supposedly cried around 12.
But you don't know that, do you?
No, I got it like 2.
1-year-olds cry so much that I feel like it's a little weird to be asking a parent what time and how many times in a single day did a baby cry. It would be one thing if it was like a 5 or 6-year-old where like, or a 4-year-old, or maybe even a 3-year-old, or 2's at the edge. Like maybe 2 or 3's at the edge, you know, like, but maybe 3 or 4, where it's like they're usually not going to be crying a lot unless there's a reason. But when you're like 1, maybe even still 2, when you aren't able to fully articulate all of your needs, then a lot of ways that they're used to articulating is through crying, you know? And so it's very common for someone who's a baby, a 1-year-old, maybe even a 2-year-old to cry a good bit. Sometimes it doesn't mean shit. They just want fucking something. You know what I mean? Usually, like, it's, I don't know. But I just feel like it's a little weird to ask somebody who has a 1-year-old how many times did their 1-year-old cry. Like, sometimes they cry when they're hungry, they cry when they want to go to bed, they cry if they pooped. Like, usually you gotta figure out what the fuck is wrong with them and then fix that. But you know what I mean? Like, it's very common for a baby to be crying. Like, I just feel like that's a weird line of questioning.
But your testimony, or at least your statements that maybe have been made to other individuals, indicate that you didn't know that the child was crying at 12 o'clock or whatever time it was, correct?
Correct.
You didn't wake up, did you?
No.
Now, when you went to bed Saturday night, you went to bed before anyone else did, didn't you?
Yeah, it was like 11.
You go to bed at 11, but that leaves Trinity and the child up, correct?
Correct.
And you had been drinking at that time, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you were drinking a particular type of liquor, were you not?
Correct.
You were drinking rum?
Yes.
What kind of rum were you drinking?
Bamboo.
And is that the type of rum that was in the room there where Trinity lived?
Yes.
And that bottle was almost finished by the night, was it not?
I didn't buy that bottle that day.
I'm not asking you if you bought the bottle,
Yes.
but it was
Yes, it
almost
was.
finished, right?
Correct.
And that was your bottle, correct?
Correct.
In fact, Trinity doesn't drink, does she?
Yes, she does.
What does she drink?
She drank White Claws. She drank, at the time, I think she was maybe drinking margaritas.
Well, she didn't drink any of that rum, did she?
Not that I know of.
And you testified earlier, I believe, that you did have that rum with you when you arrived on Saturday night, correct?
Correct.
And you had it with you when you arrived with the child to meet her at Chipotle, correct?
Correct.
But your statement was you didn't start drinking from it until y'all went to change the child over. Is that what
Correct.
you said?
I pulled the cup on top of the car.
So that was the first time you started drinking.
Yes.
But y'all decided to go ahead and move the car seat out of your car into her car, correct?
Correct.
And move the child from your car to her car, correct?
Correct.
So y'all get in and drive to Sumter County, correct?
Correct.
But it didn't have anything to do with the fact you'd already been drinking.
I started drinking after he was out my car. I pulled the cup after he was in her car.
Now, you testified, I believe, earlier that although you had never hurt the child, that you were okay with certain corporal punishment like popping him on the hand, correct?
And I don't believe that he should be drinking and driving at all, though. But at the same time, is that relevant to this case? Do I disagree with it? Yes. Is it relevant to this case? I'm not understanding or processing if it is. Maybe, you know what I mean, at this point. Perhaps it's just put out there because, like, sometimes these types of statements that are irrelevant will be thrown out there by maybe prosecution or defense, depending on what's being said in the legal context, to kind of plant certain ideas about character so the jury could then think about what type of person could this be to make other certain decisions too. So I'm wondering if that's maybe where they're going, particularly with this next corporal punishment question that's being asked here. Which, like I said at the time, like, I didn't think a 1-year-old should be popped on the hand because I don't think a 1-year-old understands that. In general, I'm against corporal punishment, but it's like at the same time, it's like when I was like 4 or 5, you know, I'd be trying to touch a hot stove or something, you know, like if I'm reaching for something I'm not supposed to, like, it would be like they would swat my hand away, not necessarily a pop, but more like a swat, like don't grab that, like taking the hand away from the thing that I'm not supposed to get. So I do understand like something like that, like, oh no, don't do that. But would that actually hurt, or is that a redirection away from something? You know, like, I guess that's up to, for not only debate, but also for a situational basis. You know what I mean? Like, there's a big difference between a light, like, tap, like, oh, don't do that, versus, like, something you could hear right there, right? Like, something harder. So there are differences as well. But, you know, I guess that's up for context and opinion.
Correct.
That was all right with you.
Correct.
And so it was all right with you if Trinity would do
No.
that as well?
No.
Yes, you.
No, correct.
And I'm not saying you were abusing the child by doing that, but
No.
he did something he didn't like, you pop him on the hand and say no, I guess,
Correct.
right? That was your form of punishment.
Correct.
I will say previously I was like, oh, it looks like he's going to be more gentle in a way, you know. I was thinking that with this witness, since he's the victim, father of the dead baby, you know, but it's just like, now I'm over here like, well, it looks like he may be using a more gentle tone with him or approach, but not in his line of questioning. He's still trying to create certain implications about him, even if he's like, I'm not trying to say you abused your kid, but you did corporal punishment, right? You know what I mean? Like, that wording alone is relatively contradictory in my opinion. Unless he's saying he doesn't think corporal punishment is abusive or something. I don't know. I'm talking about the defense attorney now, but you know what I mean? Like, yeah, I don't know where he's going with that.
Now, when you went out on Saturday night and you were at Chipotle and then you ended up going to McDonald's, you acknowledged that from all accounts that your child either ate nothing or only ate a couple of French fries, correct?
He ate before he left.
Before he left, and still at McDonald's ate nothing, correct?
He ate fries.
Very few fries. You said a
Correct.
couple. When you got up on Sunday morning, do you allege that he ate anything that day?
Yes, he was eating Fritos when I left. I was going to get pizza.
So you believe he was actually eating Fritos?
Yeah, he was.
So that should show up in his stomach contents if they
Correct.
check
It was
on
all over
the
my.
text.
Requires witness to speculate about something that he couldn't possibly know. medical answer to.
Not a medical question, Your Honor.
Well, if you can lay the basis for his knowledge, I'll let you ask him, otherwise I think that would probably be better.
Mr. Williams, or have you watched people eat in the past in your lifetime?
Yes.
Have you watched your child eat in the past?
Yes.
Have you watched yourself eat?
Yes.
And when you ingest food, does it normally go into your mouth?
Correct.
Where does it go after it goes from your mouth?
Stomach.
And you would expect if someone was eating, would you not, for the contents of what they were eating to end up in the person's stomach, correct?
Correct. It was all over my shirt. I still got a shirt at the house.
Well, the shirt you say he threw up on, correct?
You know, another thing I've seen kids though, I've seen kids like play with food but not eat it, but they'll like lick it and then they won't even eat it. They'll like throw it away later. Have y'all seen kids do that before? Because I've seen kids do that. So I'm wondering if, you know, maybe he actually did see the baby with food and think he was eating it, but the baby was just like kind of playing with the food. I still think that a 1-year-old should be just like having the diet of chips and Mountain Dew. Maybe at 1 year and 6 months, you know, you could be introducing some chips, but the way this court trial goes on as if that was the main diet, soda and chips, is kind of alarming to me in my opinion. Does this baby eat nothing else? Why is this what's being talked about so much? Oh, and pizza. Don't forget the pizza, y'all. Actually, I love pizza, so.
Correct. Shirt and jacket.
Now that shirt and jacket, did the Georgia Bureau of Investigation take that shirt and jacket into evidence?
No, it's still sitting at the end of my bed, never been washed.
Did they ever ask you anything about it?
No.
On the day when you were at the hospital, did the GBI ask you anything about this supposed stuff that's on your coat and shirt?
No, they didn't ask.
No one has asked you, have they?
No.
Now, did the Georgia Bureau of Investigation interview you
Correct.
more than once?
Correct.
Now, beyond interviewing you, they interviewed your sister, I believe, did they?
Correct.
Did they interview any of your friends, to your knowledge?
No, not my
Anyone
knowledge.
that lives around you in Bainbridge?
I don't stand by stay in Cockle.
In Cochran, I'm sorry. You work in Bainbridge.
Correct.
Anybody in Cochran?
No,
To your knowledge, they do any background check on you at all, other than just questioning you?
not in my knowledge.
Now, when you talked about the phone call with your sister that was a nurse, then saying whatever she said, and Trinity deciding to go call her mother, at that time, Trinity...
It was his cousin, not his sister, I think. But honestly, I think he called him Mr. Poague earlier and he didn't correct him. So I feel like if someone were saying things that were not true, I'd be correcting them if I were the witness, but then maybe I'd get in trouble for that. But if you're like calling me a name that's not mine, I'm gonna tell you my fucking name.
He was there just with you, correct?
Yes, and the hall manager, them just sitting in the lobby.
Now, there were people there with you, though, wasn't it?
Yes, my sister and cousin, and both my cousins got there.
Right. You had, I believe, Cecil Grant, A.J. Grant, your sister, and a friend all with you, right?
Yes.
So here you are with a child that something bad has happened to. You're talking to your nurse sister on the phone. You're surrounded by some friends and family. And she makes that statement, but Trinity is all by herself, correct?
Correct.
So it's sort of reasonable for her to want to call her mama and be around somebody as well, correct?
That's right. Yes.
That wasn't unusual, was it?
No. But the reaction was.
Now, you said you didn't hear your child, crying in the night before, but you are aware that people in the dorm claim that the child was crying during the night, aren't you?
Yes.
And you were told...
You have to be pretty passed out drunk to not hear that, or maybe you have narcolepsy, because it is pretty wild. Like, how would you not realize the kid is sleeping? Or maybe he's hard of hearing and deaf too. I don't know, like, it's wild to me. How would you not know your baby's crying and you're in the same room as him?
told by Trinity that the child fell off the bed, were you not?
No.
You're claiming you didn't know that?
No.
Now, your child at times, JD at times, would have a mark on one of his cheeks, would he not, from some type of rash that he had from time to time?
Eczema.
Eczema. And that was something that would come up and be red looking or something of that nature?
Yes, like light red.
Sometimes it almost like a bruise.
I've been diagnosed with eczema, so I feel like I can correct something if I don't feel like it's not right about eczema. I don't know.
Bruise, correct?
No, never looked like a bruise.
It'd be a noticeable mark on the face, though,
Yes.
correct?
It usually comes and goes away the same day.
Right.
Within
Have you
hours.
dealt
Yeah, it's a rash. It's stress induced too, typically.
with that from time to time, correct?
Time to time.
I've never had anybody mistake my eczema for a bruise, though.
Now, on the night before the hospital of Sunday, you'll acknowledge that Trinity is the one that bathed your child that night.
Correct.
And Trinity is the one that put the clothes on the child to go to bed, correct?
Correct.
And Trinity even did the child's hair that night, correct?
Yes. After my sister did it the same day. She was just fixing it.
But it wasn't unusual for Trinity to do those type of things, was it?
Correct.
And I hear you correctly that when you got the call from Trinity about that you said you couldn't understand, there were 2 calls in a row, that you fast walked back into the hallway into the dorm.
Correct.
I assume when you say fast walking, you mean almost like you see somebody that's exercising and really going fast.
Speed walking.
Well, I will give him, sometimes it is hard to carry shit, and if you don't know how serious something is, maybe he didn't know he should be responding as quickly as that, depending on what was said to him. But I can't remember what was said about that part of the testimony. Like, didn't he just say that she was just kind of screaming it's JD over and over? Did he testify as to any other statements she made? I don't remember that. About if it, the baby, I don't know. Yeah, but that could vary.
Now, the night before this occurred and in the morning, isn't it true that Trinity had been telling you that she just really wasn't ready to deal with this whole situation with the child and you, and she wanted you just to go back and it was time to break up?
No.
You weren't upset about that morning?
No.
You weren't hungover that morning?
No.
Man, I feel like we're revisiting a lot of the same points over and over again. It's like a fucking, why?
Those things weren't playing into your mind and things that were going on at the time of that morning?
No.
How far is it to the pizza place from your dorm?
I don't got no dorm.
Well, her dorm, I'm sorry.
What, 10 minutes, maybe?
It's here in Americus?
Correct.
That's all the questions I have, yeah.
Mr. Delaney, you have any cross-examination or further direct?
I do, Judge.
You know, I will say the fact that the defense attorney wasn't really further able to invalidate any of his statements or to, you know what I mean? Because if he had evidence to counteract the statements here, wouldn't he have been able to mention that in his examination for the evidence that would come out later in other people's testimony that he may have? Would he not be able to do that? I don't know. But so far for me, it does kind of look as if, like, if you're not able to have some counter arguments with the witness here of the murder, who is the victim's father, who would be the only other person possible, in my opinion, to be the one that did it, then that makes it look even more like it's your client that did it. Maybe I'm wrong for thinking that, but I feel like that cross-examination didn't go well for, like, it didn't go terrible, because I don't feel like he, like, royally fucked anything up, but it didn't go well for him either, because he didn't prove anything that would give the jury a reasonable doubt that it was his client. Double timing through this. I don't know what's taking so long. My grandma moves faster than these people.
I met with you the other day to ask you some questions and talk to you about testimony and coming to court and all that. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
When we were talking, I asked you, if you recall, do you recall me asking you, what were you talking about when you told the GBI interviewer, when you told her that you were aware that there was a mark on his cheek?
Yes, sir, he has eczema.
Yeah, that you were aware that there was a mark on the cheek, but it wasn't a bruise.
No,
Is that
correct,
right?
correct.
And in fact, when I met with you, do you recall me showing you a photograph from it was actually taken at the autopsy?
Correct.
And I, what did it was a mark that was on his right cheek. Do you recall what I asked you about that mark?
There was a bruise.
Okay. Do you recall me asking you if it had been there before?
Yes, I remember you saying that.
Was that the mark you were referring to when
No,
you told him you knew he had a mark on his face?
No, sir.
Had you seen that mark on his face before?
No, sir.
Now I see. So basically the defense could have been trying to imply that any marks on the baby's face was from the eczema, and so now the prosecution's trying to clear up, no, those are two separate events and they're easily distinguishable.
The eczema appears. I'll show you 22 and Stacey said it's 22 and 23. You remember you sent me some videos, is that right? And I'm going to represent you. These are just screenshots from the videos. Okay. Do you recognize the photographs 22 and 23?
Yes.
And do you recognize those being from videos that you had taken on your phone?
Yes.
Okay. So on stage 22, is there a portion of his face that shows one version of the eczema, what it sometimes looks like?
Yes.
And where is that on here?
Right there.
Okay, you're pointing to his left cheek?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I would tender stage 22 at this time.
Any objection, Your Honor?
No objection, Your Honor.
Submitted without objection.
Okay, so what you're pointing to on his left cheek is sort of a white patchy looking area on his
Yes. It's
cheek,
dry
is that
skin.
right?
Yes, dry skin.
Okay, dry skin, all right. And then the other sort of manifestation of eczema when it appeared on his face was what?
Eczema.
No, but what would it look like? If it wasn't the white patchy.
It's like a little light bright red.
Okay, all right. And is that what's shown in State's Exhibit 23?
Yes.
Tender State's Exhibit 23 at this time.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Submitted without objection.
Okay. And Your Honor, I'm not going to put these up there, but if I just have a moment to point to the tree, can you come up here and if he's got
Yeah,
the
step down.
points
Yes.
to it? Okay. Right. Will you point for the jury what you're talking about on this picture of him as a baby, where you're talking about the eczema showing up? Okay. And that's the dry skin.
skin.
Okay. All right. And then the other version of that sometimes showed up, you point to it over there. Okay. It's like the little red dots or whatever up on sort of rosy cheeks with the red dots. Okay. Was that something, you can go back up there, was that something that was ordinary
Yes.
for him? Did it ever develop into anything else? Did it ever develop beyond that in any way?
No.
When you left to go to Pizza Hut, I'm sorry, when you left to go to Walmart and Pizza Hut from the dorm, were there any marks on this child's face?
No.
Were there any bruises on his forehead?
No.
Were there any bruises on his cheeks?
No, sir.
Could he sit up?
And we could see that, I think, in the videos we've seen earlier. I didn't notice any marks, did y'all?
Yes.
And have some motor skills? I mean,
Yes.
was he able to hold and use his cup in a normal fashion?
Yes, he was drinking his cup. And feeding himself.
When you got to the hospital, how long was it, if you remember, before Ms. Poague got there?
5-10 minutes.
When she got there, did you have any opportunity to talk to her? When she initially got there, when she first got there, did you have any opportunity to talk to her before either of you talked to the police?
No.
Or talk to you said security guard, who was an off-duty policeman, before you
Correct.
talked to him? Did you have an opportunity?
According to his statement, he hasn't been in the same room with her since she left to call her parents, if I'm not mistaken.
To talk to her at the hospital?
No.
When was the
Which in hindsight is suspicious, because if you did nothing wrong and your boyfriend's child just died, why would you not try to go comfort your boyfriend? Yeah, that is suspicious.
first time that you heard this version that he fell out of a chair?
When she got there and told Officer that.
And that was Alan?
Correct.
Same officer you were talking to?
Correct.
Did you find yourself to be or consider yourself to be any more controlling or jealous in terms of this relationship with Trinity Poague than she was with you?
No.
I mean, the sort of wanting to stay in each other's social media and keep up with each other, was that kind of a two-way street?
Yes.
And you know, one other thing too is like, even if they were in a toxic relationship, how would that excuse or be relevant to the murder of the child? So I feel like that's one of those other things where I was saying some of the things they say, it's not even about the facts of the case. It's more about making the jury question the characters, I think.
Okay, so the rum. What kind of rum is it?
Bamboo.
Bamboo? Send a little copy of that.
And just like that one too, like again, I disagree with him drinking and driving. You know, I'm sober now, but yeah, at the same time, how would that be relevant to the case? Well, I guess other than to explain why the fuck he didn't wake up.
Same thing, right? I'm gonna show you what's been admitted in evidence as defendant's exhibit 3. You recognize that? It was in the,
Yes.
taken, oh, it's right there. It
Yes.
was taken in the door, right? In her room. The picture taken in her room.
Yes.
And have you looked like this about?
Another replay. Previously in last night's stream, we saw her smirking with the attorney, and now I believe we're seeing it again. Let's go back here just a little bit and replay that. Hold on. This is as far as I can, this is as close as I can get it to there. Let's just replay that. Hold up.
Right. I'm going to show you what's been admitted in evidence as Defendant's Exhibit 3. You recognize that? It was in the,
Yes.
taken, oh, it's right there. It was taken in the door, right?
Wait
In
a
her
minute.
room. The picture taken in her room.
It's coming?
Yes.
And
Okay, so right after here, you know, we see here they're having their little conversation. Then wait a minute.
have you?
Right there, they were smiling. Can I go back like 10 seconds? Damn, where is that button at? And why won't they let me do? There used to be like a 10-second back button, and I missed it. Where the fuck is that? Let me try going back one more time. Like, it's not letting me really go. Let's try again.
In terms of this relationship with Trinity Poague than she was with you?
Let me see if I
No.
can pause it at the right face.
The sort of
Sorry
way
for
that
the
stay
triple
in
replay.
each other's social media and keep up with each other, was that kind of a two-way street?
Yes.
Because I'm just gonna mute this for a second, because in our last live stream last night, we saw where she was previously smirking with her attorney, and I'm talking about Trinity with the defense attorney. We saw that last night, and it was around the third witness from the state that this happened. Now here, wait a minute, we're gonna see this again. Wait a minute, and it's just like, holy fuck, really? I just don't understand. And so now the fact that this is happening at least twice, hold on, wait a minute. So I'm talking about here, you see them right here. There it is, freeze frame on that. So again, the second time that this is happening, where she's over here smiling and smirking in court on trial for murder, we see what the defense is doing so far, not good enough in my opinion. And when what looks like they're just laughing and joking when they do converse about the situation, like, I understand to a point, it's your job as an attorney to put your client at ease, but on another level, you should be coaching your client that when you're on trial for murder, you need to act like you're at a goddamn funeral, because any jury member that doesn't think she is innocent is looking at this like this bitch isn't taking this seriously. They're gonna look at this as a form of malice. They're gonna look at this as a form of like taking some sort of enjoyment in the situation, and it's not gonna go well for her. That doesn't show someone who's remorse or concern for the victim. And this right here, like, how are you going to be on trial for murder, and, you know, how are you going to be an attorney with a client on trial for murder and you're laughing with the fucking client? And how are you going to, like, have your client be smirking next to you and not correct them? Like, this does not look good. The fact that the defense hasn't been able to debunk the prosecution, the fact that the defense doesn't seem to have a valid alibi or testimony for their, for Madison here, for Trinity Madison Poague, the fuck, it really does kind of, you know, make her look bad. I feel like that's a really big mistake on their part. Now let's let this actually play. Apologies for going back on that 3 times. I felt like it was worth it for this freeze frame right here, because I just could not believe that I just saw this not only once but twice in the same day of this trial. In my opinion, I feel like, wow, they're not processing how bad that looks for them.
It looks like it's about 2/3 gone. Have you drank all that rum from the time you left Albany until
No.
you went to bed that night?
No.
Do you recall when you might have bought it?
I bought that Wednesday before the hotel.
Okay, so you bought it when y'all were staying at the hotel, or when you were going to stay at the hotel.
Correct.
When y'all were going to have like an anniversary celebratory kind of night,
Correct.
make up,
Yes.
be on good terms, kind of.
Correct.
Nothing further.
All right, any recross, Mr. Gibson?
Just a couple questions. Mr. Williams, you got to the hospital with the child. You would have come into the hospital at some place. Did you come into the emergency room area or regular admissions?
I think emergency room. I'm not familiar with emergency,
You just went in there and then they took you on back to go other places.
but it said emergency room, so I'm positive.
And it was a few minutes, you said 5 or 10 minutes before you actually saw Trinity Poague.
Correct.
But you don't know where she showed up at the hospital at the exact time. You
No,
just
I don't know
the
exact
first
time.
You saw her, right?
Correct.
And she could have been at the station trying to find out what's going on and getting directed where to go for a few minutes before you saw her, correct?
No, she knows I was going to the emergency room.
But she still would have had to find her way and had some guidance there, possibly.
She had my location.
Did she know the hospital? She go there regularly?
Yes, she was in the hospital maybe 2-3 weeks before that.
Emergency room?
She was in the hospital. So obviously you got to pass
emergency room?
Huh?
She was at the emergency room?
I think at first.
You think she was first at the emergency room?
Well, no, I'm saying she was there weeks prior.
Okay.
So she was familiar with the vicinity.
Well, you will acknowledge that when you go to a hospital and you're coming with an emergency, many times you have to get guidance from the hospital staff to know where you need to be going, where the room is, what place the person's at, that type of thing, correct?
Yeah, I was outside when she got there.
Stop for a second.
All right. You have another question, Mr. Lamb? You redirect?
No, I do not. Thank you, Your
All
Honor.
right, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor, you may be.
Maybe that's where the defense is trying to slide in there, like, where I was questioning, could that have been a window of if there was any evidence for her to hide, did she have hid it? Would she have hid it then? And he may be trying to put that out of anybody else's head by saying, well, no, she could have been trying to figure out where to go because she didn't go with him type situation, but I don't know where he's going with that. But yeah, it looks like this is coming to an end. Let's see if anything else relevant is said here.
That means you can stay or go.
Yeah, I still stand by what I said before. I understand I may have been overruled on that, but I do object to that.
All right.
So you're objecting to the release?
To him being in the courtroom, we had that discussion earlier. That's what he was talking about, I think.
Okay.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I know from asking the attorneys before you came back in that we have 2 more witnesses that are short. I mean, we could take 1 or 2 if you want to. It is 5. If you're ready to go, we can go. But can I get kind of a sense of whether or not you'd like to hear from another witness before you leave? Nod your heads if you would. Okay. Well, one says no. Okay. I told you I wasn't going to make anyone stay late. In other words, I want to be at your pleasure when it gets to decisions like this. So unless we're in a situation where we need to have it done, but I think these witnesses are local. So we'll adjourn for the night. What I want to do, though, is remind you about what we discussed. And like I said, one thing I have in mind in particular is that you got to be very diligent about not going on social media or on the TV. No, you leave. I think they leave the tags.
So I think he's going to go into jury instructions. So I'm going to double time past that for a second and just see if that's what he's doing.
Here, or do they bring them back in the morning? Yeah, leave them in the jury room. You can put them on when you get back to the jury room in the morning. But don't discuss the case. Don't look on the TV, and don't try to find out anything about the case or see if there's any coverage or look at court TV or anything of that nature. Okay? And return promptly at 9 o'clock. And Lord willing, we'll get started right at 9 o'clock. Okay? Thank you very much. Yeah, take your notes with you and leave them in the jury room also.
I thought this said outside of the jury's purview, so I was wondering if we get one more argument here before it ends. So I'm seeing if that's the case before I end my stream.
All right. I want to clarify one thing before we leave about my ruling with the, I should just say, about the presence of Mr. Williams in the courtroom. The statute doesn't really say what a parent is, but I think...
Okay, so this ruling happened earlier in this day 1 of trial, but I covered it yesterday in part 1. We're now in part 2 of day 1, if that makes sense. So what he's referencing, I covered yesterday. There was a disagreement about whether or not they are going to allow the witness that we just saw testify, the father of the victim. They were debating whether or not they were going to allow him into the rest of the trial. And at this time, previously, the judge had ruled that he couldn't come in before his testimony, but he could stay after. And so I think he was saying that he's going to uphold that same ruling. We're going to see what else he says real quick.
There's a couple of reasons I think he could stay. One of which is I think he probably is a parent, even though he's hasn't had the legitimation in the context of the rule of sequestration. But also, there's the latter part of that is substantial harm, and I think now that he has testified and been thoroughly cross-examined, I don't see the harm of him staying in the courtroom at this point as a representative of the victim.
One thing, just for clarity, I realize this after we had that whole discussion, and that there's another provision in the statute that actually defines parent for the purpose of the statute as being a natural parent, guardian, or custodian.
Okay, well that's even better. I mean, I frankly hadn't had time to research it.
Yes, sir.
But so that's I just wanted to clarify what was going through my mind when I wrote
Yes, sir.
that he could stay in the courtroom. And I believe he's not been released from Mr. Gamble's subpoena, so I suppose either one of you could still recall him as a witness if he felt it's necessary.
But he may be present in the
He may be
court
present at this point forward. Is there any other issues we need to address before we leave tonight?
Not that I know of.
I don't think so.
Okay, well, I'll be here a few minutes early in the morning. All right, thank y'all.
Thank you.
All right, that looks like that is it. So, today what we did was we just finished day 1 of trial. We are on our second part of this trial coverage. And today in day 2, well, part 2, day 1, we saw testimony from the 4th and 5th state witness. The 4th state witness was an investigator for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. I'll link the website for them below in case you're like me and didn't know who the fuck they were. And we also saw, and that guy, he gave his testimony as to what evidence was collected, what was documented, how and why, etc. related to the case for preserving the evidence. Then we saw the testimony from the victim's father, yeah. So in my opinion, the prosecution was basically lining all of the ducks in the row to show that if he was at Walmart and getting pizza at specific times, and if he can prove that there was no injury to the baby the night before, then it would point to her being the person who committed this crime, because if it were at all possible that it was him involved, why would she not have called the police while he was at Walmart and getting soda? So therefore, when you look at the timing of him coming back from Walmart to then find the baby in distress to take it where he died, not take it, I apologize, that's dehumanizing. I think I just referred to the baby as it. I did not mean to do that. To take the baby to the hospital where he passed away, like all of that, it indicates, that who else could be responsible but her, right? When she was the one with the child and no one else would have been with the child except for them two for any window of time since the documentation where others were sent proof of the child's safety. You know what I mean? Yeah. I feel like I'm not processing that to give you a better recap or summary, but maybe I will better be able to give you that conclusion tomorrow, because right now I'm just kind of like, this happened, yeah, processing it all. But the defense, I felt like the defense was basically trying to argue like points of how he could have been a negligent father, as if that, because they didn't have an argument as to why it wasn't her. So instead, it looks as if the defense is trying to just kind of discredit everything the prosecution says, because they will question the prosecution's witness as if the prosecution's witness doesn't have a valid experience. But at every point, they're not able to actually debunk the prosecution's witnesses, because even in their questioning, the prosecution's witnesses are able to point to the evidence at hand and say, well, these are the facts and here's my documentation to prove it. You know what I mean? And what's up for debate, what could have been hearsay, was overseen by the judge to where it's up to him as the authority to make that legal ruling. So what could have been up for debate has already been legally ruled as admissible in court, right? So therefore, who am I to question what that's going to be? I can only tell you that's what it was. If that makes sense. So yeah, we're here now. The defense did try to get some evidence thrown out. The judge ruled it was admissible because it wasn't hearsay, because he was a witness. So yeah, they tried. I feel like the attorney is trying to play all the cards he can, so I will give him that. I've criticized the defense attorney a lot by saying, I really disagree with a lot of things he's done, but I can see a defense attorney trying. And I've watched other cases where I feel like, why isn't the attorney objecting right now or something like that? I'll be thinking that when I watch other cases where I will see attorneys, I'm like, why aren't you saying something? But you can at least see this attorney playing every card they can in a way. So if you have no cards to play, maybe that would be a good attorney to get, because he does seem to be at least getting some, like, trying to do something with nothing. But will that be enough to create reasonable doubt for the jury? I don't think so. We'll see. We'll find out. But yeah, I'm going to cover day 2 in part 3 whenever I can. Hopefully tomorrow, if I can make it happen tomorrow, maybe bang it all out in one day for that. I'll try to do that if I can. But yeah, thank you for joining me today. I appreciate you guys. I hope y'all have a great night. And yeah, I will see you when I see you. Bye. Thanks for watching. Join the loyalty program at noladeathchild.com/loyalty and check in during live streams to get points for rewards.